What's up, Complete Cap? Wow, man, that is like really behind. I got like a 9-second delay right there, guys. Hi, Outlaw Owl. Hooty hoot. Howdy hoot. How are you? Complete Cap, I'm doing well. How are you, my friend? Okay. And one of the things I've done, got smart and figured out that I need to make sure I had this stuff pulled up on my computer, because one of the things that happened is I had not live streamed in 3 months. When I got on my live stream, Babadoo let me know that he couldn't comment, and bruh, I got it on there. There was 30 people, about 26, 30 people was blocked on my channel. And trust me when I say I got no, I don't even block my griefers. You guys know me, man, right? Oh man, good to hear. He's doing good. He's kicking butt. He's taking names. That's great. So anyway, anybody that was on here before and couldn't comment, man, I didn't block anybody. You guys know me. I'm not blocking anybody. I don't know why YouTube does this kind of stuff to me. I got a whole nother video. 22 hours. It still hadn't loaded. So I reloaded it today. Hopefully it'll load. YouTube always busted my chops, man. It likes to unsub me from people. Really important people. People that I put, you know, if I don't put a comment on your channel, fine, unsub me. I get it. Although I have no idea why they would come in and do that. You know, if you leave your bicycle outside, they don't just come and take it. Right? Okay, so why are they taking away my, you know, subs from me? So anyway, same thing. Who knows how many people they're unsubbing from me? Some of those same people, like Never Forsaken is one of them. Consistently Never Forsaken. Oh my God! If you're out there, if you're listening to this later, I had literally dozens of comments that YouTube didn't tell me were on there. Uh-oh. LOL's been sick. You're feeling like shit. Okay, your body's working. You're just doing its thing, man. You had a fever and everything. Yeah, okay. Well, just sit back and relax, Outlaw Owl, because that's what we're going to do today. We're going to click some shit down, okay? That's what we've been talking about doing. Just moving through some of these kind of difficult, sticky situations in our lives. And sometimes, man, you just need a friend to ride, man. That's why they call it Ride or Die, right? That's what I should have called the stream, man, Ride or Die. Why didn't I think of that? Well, we're hoping we don't run into anything too desperate on this one. We're just going to ride, man. We're just going to click some miles down and some hours down and some time down. I got no plan. So if anybody joins on me on this one, entertain yourselves, because I'm not entertaining. I'm receiving, but I'm not entertaining. I'm probably going to do some treasure maps. I mean, I got a wagon we could run. We could take a chance and see. But even that, I'm not gonna go dire straight to it, man. I'm gonna watch. If I get a wagon, I'm gonna amble. That's what we're going to do. We're going to mosey, guys. When's the last time you did that, huh? Everybody, hold on. I'm on top chat on the thing, huh? Nope. Moderators? Okay, so I got my computer pulled up. So anyway, the stuff that's on your computer will tell you a lot more. And you can't tell me it's been 7 months since I pulled my computer up, because some of the comments that I had on there go back 7 months. Never Forsaken. This is what I'm talking to you about. There were comments that I had not seen, and it wouldn't surprise me if I hadn't opened my computer in 7 months, because let me tell you what, it takes forever for it to boot up. It's faster now. I had a friend work on it for me, so it's faster, but it would take like 8 minutes for this fucker to boot up. It's brand new. And I just, for all the patience I have for my friends and all the things that we do, like I told you, to try to find a card inside of a cabin on this game drives me nuts. Ricochet, you were blocked too. Yeah, dude, you were. Hey, Ricochet. Yeah, I won't ban you, but you were blocked. Oh my God, so many 30 people were blocked on my channel. I don't block anybody. I don't even block my griefers. You guys know that, man. I don't block anybody. I'm like, bring it. Whatever you got, bring it. We'll deal with it. So I don't really know why that was, except YouTube The only thing I can think is there were several of the, like adult dating site things that were on there. And that maybe like when some of the moderators hit to block that, it blocked the people that were happened to be had commented on that at that time as well. Sir Presto, there he is. Hey buddy, how you doing? You been doing it? This is a guy who's bossing his life right now, man. I'm so excited for you, bro. What's up, bro? Yeah, Oh, I know I hate you too so much. I do. And you can come shoot me in the face if you could try. It's up to you, man. There he is. Complete Cap is here too, man. Yeah. Like the whole entire everybody that like bullies you is all here, dude. So I don't, that's on you, bud. Yeah. You're subjecting yourself to it. There's nothing I can do about it. You're on your own. I don't know what to tell you. Hi, Roasty. What's up? You can come shoot me too. Oh man, I'm full. Okay, so one of the things that we've been doing as we've been bossing through all of our shit is not refilling our shit. So we're like out of everything. I mean, and we're leaving tasks undone. Oh, what's Rockstar got for me? Hold on, Rockstar got some shit for me. Another map, bro. See, I can't even pick them up. See, this is the thing. I'm missing out right there. I'm missing out on gold because I haven't done my maps. So it was Blue Water Marsh and something else. So let's try to do that today, man, and get them out of there because I can't even claim my gold if I don't get it, if I don't do them, right? Mecca, what is up? See, I don't think I got any stuff. See, I'm out. I'm out of everything, man. I got nothing. Normally I would keep, well, and my wagon is full too, so it's no big deal, but I used to keep, I have enough stuff in my satchel normally to fill up somebody's camp. Right? That's kind of what, Presto Bismol. You know what? And I did. I need to go back over here and I need to make sure this is on my, where's my fucking, this thing here. I forget this is my tent because it's my horse ramp. You guys don't think I keep this because it's my favorite thing, do you? No, I keep it because we can jump our horses off of it. Okay, I had to make sure I had my Sir Presto outfit, my Sir Pepto. Look, guys. Sir Pepto. Now, you guys tell me, I was trying to tell you guys. Presto will be making food. Are you making some nugs? What kind of food are you making, bro? Making cinnamon rolls? Although that's not technically food, right? Okay, that's a good question right there. Is cinnamon rolls technically food or your call? Type in the chat, yes or no. All right, so I got, should I wear my Sir Pepto outfit now? What's we got? My plan was to just be incredibly basic today, guys, because what we're going to do is just click down some miles, man. Hey, you guys haven't seen my stellar outfit. This is based off of, crap, now I'm not going to be able to think of his name. Or the band. Oh my god, I'm just drawing a blank. The guy... Frikandel Brugia. Yeah. Boy, Shadow Straggler and those guys, Alex P., they told me what Frikandel Brugia is. And it just sounds like some magic stuff, man. I want to try it so bad. I want to try that. So anybody that's like from the Netherlands, Switzerland, all those places. Now our whole group is divided. How's it? Oh, played last 2 days and have to say, it's really sad how everything turned out. Back in the day, we played so much, over 2 years. Now the whole game has so much memories in every corner. Cinnamon rolls are dessert. Okay, Outlaw Al has an opinion on that. Yeah, so technically, it's dessert, and it's not even food, bro. Of course, we're assuming that that's what you're making. And Maca, I mean, this is part of what I'm doing. And if you watch my other 2 videos, you'll see, man, I'm seeing that's happening in a lot of places, and not just on the game, bro. In real life, man. Okay? So a lot of people are having a lot of stuff that, you know, stuff in their lives is changing so much, and it hurts us because we're like, what the fuck just happened to my life? And we don't get it, man. Damn with the buffering. Okay, but here's the thing, okay? And this is why I'm doing this. We just got to get through, there's just like a time of transition that's happening. And that's what those other two videos are about, is the fact that at times your vibe and what you got going on in your life and what you're doing with yourself is changing. And so you're going to have those good old times, but things are going to fall away, man. And that's what's happening to a lot of people right now. People, places, things, jobs, vehicles, mindsets, premises, all these things, trade route really, are changing for people, man. And in the time that we're moving forward through this, and all we're looking at is in our rear view mirror, and we're seeing this stuff falling away from us, right? And we don't know what's in front of us, so we don't really see anything that relates to us. We don't understand so we just only feel like we're losing, right? And that's where it gets really difficult, and that's where we second guess ourselves as to what it is we're doing, and we feel helpless as to what we're supposed to be doing with our lives or whatever. Well, one of the things that I wanted to come on here today, when we're clicking down these hours, okay, we're still moving through. Last couple days ago, and I tried to wait until that other video went up so people would understand what the hell I'm talking about now. Well, it never went up, so tough shit. You're just going to have to fast forward. You're going to have to just trust me on this. So we're like, we feel like we're not moving, but the fact of the matter is we just slid into this overdrive energy, right? So we're expending a lot less energy, but we're still cruising on the highway. Okay, imagine it that way instead. Okay, and like I talked about in those couple of videos, man, I don't know if you've ever done it. The longest I've ever driven by myself is a 34 to 36 hour run that just kept getting harder and harder and worse, and I talk about that in those other two previous videos and what that experience was like and what it taught me. Okay, it was hard, and there's kind of more to that story, but we don't talk about unfortunate events. So we take the wisdom of the things that we learned from it that are positive, and we move forward with those. So that's what we're going to do with this as well, man. We're going to just go forward positive. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a plan here, and I'm going to, where's the thing? Okay, before I get started, so I can talk and think, I got to do some of these maps, guys, because if I don't, I can't get my gold. Okay, so I'm gonna, what the heck, we're gonna just ride it. We're not even gonna fast travel it, man. We're gonna ride it because that's what we got to do, is click the miles down, right? That's what I said. So that's what we're gonna do. What's up, Bessie? Okay. Go, horse. Alright, what I got going on here? Get on the road. Okay, we're gonna get on the road. And there's gonna be bound to be wolves. Hopefully not. Okay, so we're gonna click it down. Okay, so the thing I want you to consider, you're looking in the rearview mirror, you're seeing the shit is falling apart. Have you ever seen this bumper sticker, guys, when you're on the highway? I spent a lot of time on the highway in my life, okay? So a bumper sticker that I've seen is, a honk if anything falls off. It could not be more true in my life, man. Shit'll be blowing up the side or whatever, you know, because a lot of times we're going to pick up old cars and shit like that, and stuff's buckled down. You know, we do the best we can. We're actually pretty conscientious, but you know, honk if something falls off. Okay, you know what? Don't even let me know. Okay, we're just going to be moving along. Shit is going to be falling apart because we're in that overdrive mode. We're in that slick mode that is actually the more efficient way of traveling, okay? And we're going to click down some hours. We're going to click down some time. We're just going to see what happens, okay? That's what we're going to do. It's Wild Man Tiberius. That's what we're trying to do. That's the Rexiest motherfucker that's out there, man. Go watch this. Go check him out if you need some stew. Yeah, things are getting better, Bessie. But so we've got it to give, Bessie. So we're giving it, okay? And what we got right now is just time, man, to help everybody kind of click this shit down. Shit's happening. like Maka was saying earlier, you know, the good times are gone. Well, they're not. They're just, those are times that are in our past because we're moving on, whether we realize it or not. What are we talking about? We're talking about life, man, and the way that it's gone and how much has changed for everybody. And for some people, it's kind of working. Howdy, Rowdy. Okay, and they can see positive changes, and you know, and they feel good about how it's going. Some people are kind of stuck, and they feel like they're just, their life is falling apart. They feel like they're losing and not gaining anything. So I'm trying to put it in a perspective wherein we say, oh, Jesus. Red Bull. See, man, I try to just chill in this game, and here's this. Can I? Watch. Make it interesting for all of us. That's be a tough day. And I'm practicing for Cicero Pizza. You know who you are. Oh my God, there's 5 of them. I'm gonna kill 5 wolves with my knife. Oh, probably not. Oh shit. Hold on, guys. I gotta practice because Cicero Pizza is gonna come and get me later. Oh man. No, man. Okay. Look at that. Yeah, positive vibes, Bessie. That's what we're gonna do. Okay, we're gonna just cruise together and click these times down. And the thing that I was hoping to get across before it got too crazy was the fact that, okay, you see these things falling apart and you feel like your life is breaking down and breaking loose. What if we say, what if we instead said, no, the other way. We're breaking free. Instead of things are breaking apart or falling apart or whatever, what if we say it's breaking loose, man? Oh no. What if we say it's breaking loose? What if we say instead we're breaking free? What if we say we're breaking out? Okay, instead of saying we're losing this, we're losing that, like what's going on in my life, like why are things not like they were, let's celebrate the fact that maybe you've gotten far enough in your life that some things need to be different. Now, just because you haven't seen the new yet doesn't mean it's not coming, bro, because it is. Okay? Here's the thing. And I'm just going to use traveling again. If I am traveling from Illinois to Texas, an interesting thing happens. Okay, Bessie's going to go eat, and he's got a wagon. Okay, we can do that. We'll do some wagons and stuff. What you doing, buddy? I don't have a party started. If you want to start a party, look, he's all dressed up. Boss, man, look at this. It's an honor. Yes, it's a road trip. Wildman Tiberius has my number. Yes, we're road tripping. Okay, we're gonna do it digitally this time if we can avoid dying much. Get that other wolf, Presto. And if you want to, yeah. So we're just gonna road trip it. And like I said, we're seeing these things. And Tiberius, you are chief among the men that is moving on. Wildman Tiberius, look, he's got a new name, a new brand. He's doing new things with his channel. It's fucking inspiring, man. Okay, so I'm charging ahead with some of these energies of these guys that have these things going down, right? Because goddamn, okay, they're making progress on the kinds of things that are, and they're making it mean more to you, right? You got a plan for this because you're not planning on getting rich off of your YouTube channel, right? But you're trying to make it feel more satisfying until that happens, until you do get rich, because you just might, okay, because you're being your true authentic self. You're being that wild man, Tiberius. Okay, so I'm going to be Whisky, which is what I do. Hell yeah, he is getting rich from it. You bet. Look, assert your shit, man. I love it. That's exactly it. So we're going to capitalize on that positive energy because we see some of the guys. Look, guys, not everybody's getting there. You feel like you're stuck. You're not sure where you're supposed to be going before you dump that clutch, right? You want to make sure you angle it right? Well, one thing I can tell you, just like when you drive on the highway, and some of you young people, you may not know this, One of the things you want to do when you're driving at high speed on the highway, and in Texas it's 80 or you get your ass run over, man. You don't go less than 80. You go 80 or you don't go. Okay, well, Whiskey goes 80 or Whiskey don't go, okay? So the thing you want to do is not look right in front of you down your nose. You don't want to be looking at the hood of your car, right? The thing you want to do is look as far up the highway as you can, right? Talk your shit to me while you can before we go. Hollywood. Well, remember us small people when you get there, buddy. Remember us small folks. It'll be an honor to say that I used to know you. I have no doubt. I have no doubt. He just has too much Rex factor. He don't even have it factor. He's got Rexiness. He has isness. Presto, where did he go? Am I in my lobby by myself again? No. Say less. Where did he go, man? He disappeared. He probably got sick of listening to me. Oh, maybe went to get his other character or something. Where did he go? Where you go, Presto? Maybe he went out to go do his cool things that he's doing. He's doing some cool stuff, guys. I'll let him tell you about it. Maybe he's starting a party. So anyway, yeah, some of us, and it is. Go check out Wildman Tiberius. That's Tiberius Rex. You guys know who he is. It's unmistakable. He's a fucking monster. He's making the real world happen, guys. Got a very creative vibe with that going. Very unique. And that's the thing. Here's the thing. Okay, Macca, this is again the point. If you stayed in the same group of people, okay, if you stayed in the same location, if you stayed in the same position, you stay in the same house, but you're changing, okay, well, maybe because you're still trying to fit into that little mold, you're not doing the things that you really need to be doing with the rest of your life, right? Okay, because what you're doing instead is kind of being complacent, right? Because it's comfortable, right? So sometimes we have a tendency to do that, and we just kind of back down on it. And that's important. We need to have those times where we need to feel comfortable and sure of ourselves. Okay, but then there's also sometimes, like I said, then you start feeling this kind of vague anxiety, and that's what's happening to a lot of people. And you don't really know why. And the thing of it is, that's your soul calling you, telling you there's something different that you're supposed to do, man. And now we got to configure this, right? Wow, it ain't easy, man. But what I'm going to tell you is, your soul will start without your shit. Okay? You're consciously not ready. Okay, but your subconscious is. So next thing you know, man, you're just not jiving with the same people that you were. Okay, you're moving on to a different... Okay, so things are changing in your life. Things that come across to you that make sense. You start enjoying things that you didn't think you would. You start making the kind of little bitty shifts a little bit at a time, kind of without even realizing that that's what you're doing, because we're intuitive creatures by nature, whether we realize it or not. Okay, once you realize it, though, you can sort of start to capitalize on it and start kind of looking forward to what those little signs are kind of pointing out to you. And for some people, that has kind of worked, and it just kind of, those are the things, and it's like, man, when you make it make sense to me, okay, well, that's what we're doing. Okay, like Tiberius. He's like, you know, man, these going outside, being the wild man, you know, feeling the Canadian country, cooking the food, the tactical sense, the richness, the seductiveness of the outdoors. Man, that's feeding his soul. Well, he's going to have people that vibe that. Now, the people that have been gaming with him, and they just know him as a gamer, and a gamer's what he does, and game is all he does, and that's all they want. They don't want to cook. They don't want to think about cooking. Are those guys going to come along? They might for a while, but they're not going to stick. They're going to fall away, man. That's just a fact. He's willing to accept the losses that he's going to take to make something make more for him. And you know what is going to happen next? He's going to find a whole entire new dimension and realm of people. He's going to find the Mackers. He's going to find the foodies. He's going to find the outdoorsmen. He's going to find these guys, man, that are looking at these rituals of majesty of nature and shit. Those are the people. Those are the people that he's going to find now, okay? People that vibe more with his vibe because he was willing to be independent, go against the fucking grain that he was seeing, become his own man, plan his own way, pave his own path, and make it happen, man. He clicked it down, and now he's doing it. And here's the thing, as he keeps going, even though it's going to be a time of kind of sparsity there for a while, it's kind of like traveling on the road in Illinois. Ain't much going on, I can tell you that, man. You got corn on one side, beans on the other side. I was talking about this to a guy in my channels the other day, and he said he know exactly what he's talking about. Now, he was down by Mount Vernon, Illinois, which is a lot prettier than where I lived in central Illinois, which is flat as a plate and is only corn and beans, man. Succotash fields, that's it. Okay, Macca says, it's strange because Red Dead was my first online game. Just something special. Really hoping that we get an ever-evolving world in the frontier. Well, we're evolving it, Macca. Man, bro, that's what I'm doing right now because, like Tiberius is saying right now, brand new account. Like, what I did. I started a new account too, but I didn't tell anybody. Hey, Adam, what's up? Who am I talking about? I'm talking about everybody. I'm talking about everybody that is going through life right now. Well, I'm talking about people that are alive, specifically. It's Alderon's Moon. It's Miss Alderon's Moon. Hello. Oh my God. Alderon's Moon, if you can make sure you want to check out this things that she's done. Chalky Milk Dealer has the funniest video. He's like the meme of memes. He memed all the memes together, man. Chalky Milk, go check out your local Chalky Milk dealer. That was some funny shit, man. Thanks for being such a good supporter of all of the people, the content creators. Alderon's Moon, man. That's the thing where she is really coming to her own. Not only making her own videos, which are fire, but being a huge community supporter, man. She found her fucking vibe, no matter what she's doing. So, man, we're so thankful to have you in the community. We're all born to be alive. Adam, you got it. Okay, we are all born to be alive, but you know what? Some of us are making a living, and some of us are living. Does anybody know the difference right there? Some of us are just alive. Some of us are just living, and some of us are alive, bro. And that's what I'm trying to get. Hey, Jackal, I saw you earlier, and I don't think I said hi, Jackal. Sorry, I missed you there. I don't know where Presto went either. See, now I'm paranoid. He's got me. He's doing it on purpose. He does the same thing like when he points at me. He's just pointing from a distance. He's just trying to get me paranoid. It's not going to work, Presto. I got your number. Hot girls are here. Where? Man, okay, check it out. Rebel, she's quick on the trigger. She is fast. Yeah, right there, right above you. Yeah. Cool, I'll take the comments. I don't really care. We understand, Al. You're still recuperating from your being sick. Black before I could find out. Yeah. Probably not any that you want. Then again, I don't know. You can check it out. That's on you. Well, you have the great outdoors. Nature is your lady at this point, right? Okay. And nature can be a heck of a mistress, man. That's you taking that on. But we're so glad to see it. Some of these people that are moving on. Well, not everybody. That's why. Okay, with Adam, everybody's living, and they're forced into living. And sometimes, man, let me tell you, shit can be unpleasant. Man, have you been there? Have you been in that place in your life where it's just unpleasant? Living. Yeah. I've been there, man. You know, we all go through those times. What is with the horse? We go through all these time periods. That's right. Now let's figure out a way to live it. Alive, man. Let's go alive next. Okay, so that's one of the things that I'm saying. If we put these strange energies, these strange animals in the perspective that what it is that we're in the middle of a transition, and it's going to get thin, man. As you make a transition, It's just like when you move to a new place. We got some of the people moving to a new place. The knowledge of your resources takes a hit, man. Because here's the thing, you move to a new place, you don't know where the school is. You don't know where the grocery store is, maybe. You don't know where the DMV is. You don't know where the post office is. So you have a dearth of knowledge, a dearth of information. There's the places that you're lacking, right? You don't have friends. You don't know where all the cool kids hang out. You don't know the good clubs to go to. Okay, so, but eventually, yeah, if you're willing to look at it kind of like an adventure instead of what you're missing, start looking for the things that you're missing. Seek them out, man. Okay, same in life as you would do. If you're not having fun on the game, look for a new group of people in the game. Looking at different games, but no. One really has a special things I like with Red Dead. I'm with you, Macca. I've looked at other games too. I even tried a couple of other games. I tried Wreckfest. A lot of my friends have went to Cyberpunk, and it looks really cool, but it's all first person, guys. I just can't. And it's like, here's the thing, if you get all this cool stuff to do with your character and stuff, which again, Alderon's Moon has done some really cool stuff with our character stuff on that thing, but I'm like not a first person dude, and it's like, if you're, I want to see my character, especially if you get to do all that cool stuff with it, man. Give me third person view of all the cool shit that I did with it, right? Okay, Alderon's got to get back to textbook. Okay, keep working, keep your nose down in the book. We'll be thinking about you. We're pulling. Cyberpunk is amazing, she says. Okay, well maybe one of these days I'll try it. I'm just too. Oh God, now I gotta fess up. We're just clicking it down. It's buffering or not buffering. Okay, so I'm lazy. That's what it is. At some point I am, and if they ever get a third-person version of it, I'm more likely to consider it. Because first person, I literally get kind of motion sickness. Working making Cyberpunk a third-person game. Rowdy coming in the clutch with the info. Okay, well that'll be cool because and you should see some of my other friends, Shadow Straggler and hit like, okay, I'm kind of in the middle of like several different auxiliary groups. Okay, we got, okay, and ironically that's what has happened. Several of them have kind of just the groups as group have drifted into Cyberpunk, and woo, man, you should see some of the stuff that Shadow Straggler and some of his guys, man, you could do interesting stuff on that game. It's like, okay, let's see what that's about. Adam likes being a cowgirl more than anything, but I don't play RDO, I don't play anything. That's me, Adam. I don't. I've been doing a lot of research. I've been doing a lot of personal stuff. Like I said, okay, it keeps telling me I can't. So we're going to click it down as long as we can. It says I can't broadcast gameplay right now, but that's what it's showing on my screen. So we're just going to keep going as long as we can. And we're going to, I guess we were going to get a treasure map. Ain't that what we were doing? Yeah. We lost Presto. Where did he go, guys? He's being mysterious, Mr. Presto. I should be shooting little critters. That was the other goal of the stream right now, is to put little things in my satchel so I could be respectful of any camp that I go to later and have something to contribute to the equation. Okay, so again, that's what we're doing. We're road tripping. We're clicking it down. I'm gonna get smoke right here, and we're enjoying this game that we are. And yeah, okay, so you know, I don't want to do a CTA, man. I literally fall asleep by round 3 in the CTAs. It's just not my bag, man. I just don't want to work that hard. Imagine Rockstar be working again on the Red Dead after a year or two. They might, but I don't think they want to work that hard either on it. They're just as lazy as me, man. I don't know. They're taking a break after all of their grind with the GTA 6 thing, I guess. I guess they're doing GTA 6, right? Hi, Samurai. How are you? Man, it's been a while. We've been clicking down a lot of stuff in real life, Samurai. Marlboros, bro. I don't smoke anything more than that anymore. I did my time. Not much of it. Yeah, just Marlboros. So Samurai, so it is. We're just kind of, and again, I'm making a transition too, in that I'm not really playing Red Dead. I'm using Red Dead as a platform for my selfish pursuits, which is I want to talk about me. I want to talk about I want to talk about number one, oh my, me, my, and you. That's what I want to do, man. I want to talk about the kinds of things that people are going through in their lives, and maybe be some kind of place that they can come and feel like somebody understands what the fuck they're going through. If nothing else, so that you don't feel like you're by yourself while you're doing it. Because here's the thing, chances are somebody's been there before you. Alright? So you could feel alone at any given time, especially if you're going through some transition times and you're losing a lot of the people that you've built around your life in the energy that you were in. And all of a sudden we're making this transition and we have a dearth of resources. We don't have those friends anymore. They're disappeared. Where did they go? Well, chances are you're going through a transition too, because there's something different that you could be doing with your life, and your destiny, your purpose is calling you to it, man. Okay, so it's going to appear to you that, like I said, people are going to fall away. You're going to lose a job. You're going to lose people that you've been friends with for 30 years. All right? Your car is going to get, the motor's going to blow. That's it. You can't, there's nothing else you can do with it, Okay? The thing of it is, all of these things in your life that you're falling away have outlived their usefulness for you. Whether you realize it or like it or not is kind of irrelevant. Because like I said, some of these kinds of things, when it's really your destiny or purpose, it's going to happen with or without you, bro. And I kind of hit on that the other day when I said, spring is going to turn into summer, and summer's going to turn into fall. There's not a thing you can do about that. Your hair is going to grow. There's not a thing you can do about that either. It's going to happen. Ask any guy that has to shave his beard every day, man. Twice a day? I had one friend. He shaved 3 times a day, every day. He had to. He was from Bangladesh. That was the hairiest motherfucker. Moon, if you're out there, I love you so much. But yeah, he had 5 o'clock shadow by noon. So he would shave at lunchtime, and then he would shave when he got off of work. If he was going to go anywhere. That's how fast this dude's hair grew, man. Black, thick. Man, he was and he was integral part of a big transition of understanding my life that I was going through at that time. So he waltzed into my life at an amazing time. We had some of the most intense philosophical discussions, man, over I remember we were jotting stuff down because we both, he was a chemical and industrial engineer. He had two separate degrees in the engineering that he did. And of course, I'm all about that kind of stuff. So we're talking about the science of theology, really. And we're talking about the drives of men that force us to seek something bigger or more in the world. And I was just not convinced. And of course, he was from Bangladesh, so he had been born a Hindu and raised a Hindu. But when he got to the United States and decided he wanted to live life his way, he decided to become a Buddhist. That is really what kind of spoke to him and his soul more than the Hindu religion that he was born into and handed to him and forced upon him. Well, of course, his family just thought, well, that's what America did to you? How can you be a Buddhist? Pardon me a second, guys. Okay, so what happened to Moon at that point? What happened? He lost a lot of his family members. Emotionally, not physically, but they're in Bangladesh. He's in the United States. Emotionally, spiritually, mentally, the support that he got from and financially at the time, yeah, he lost a lot of his family. They literally shunned him at that point. they saw him as a traitor. Yeah, went through a huge transition last year. See, Samurai, he's been going through it. See, yeah, everything falls apart, guys. Yes, see, we're clicking them down because a lot of people are still going through that transition, Samurai. And what I'm saying is, when these things happen to you, it can be really dramatic. And this guy's family completely rejected him as a person because he's corrupt. He's corrupted. He's lost to us now. You're dead to me. There was no son, you're dead to me. You're a traitor. You're like an infidel. It's over. They didn't speak to him anymore. The emotional support. And now here's a guy who's on his own in his early 20s, not even in the country anymore that he lives in anymore. He's in a completely different country, to get his education and things like that. And he's got the people that he works with, but he doesn't have the people that he went to school with anymore. So this is where I met him, right? And yet, he was strong in his conviction, and he was strong enough to make me look at my past differently. And I showed him some fun things of the world, too. He had never been in it. He had the basic stuff, man. He was very, what's the word? He was judicious. He was careful. He was intelligent. He was very selective. That's the word I'm trying to say, with his choices and things. So he had never ridden in a hot rod before. So, a vintage car, he's like, why do you have this old car, Whisky? What? Why is this? You can get a new car with the money. I don't want a new car, man. This is my cool old car. This is a vintage car. He didn't understand the concept because he's not from the United States. Okay. So I took him for a couple of rides a couple different times, and I showed him the kind of power that this car had. I can still remember his face, boy. I was on Highway 47, and we were going about 40 miles an hour, and we were just cruising, right? And I just punched it. And the cool thing about this car, and it's not even one of the bigger ones, man, but this is how it is. This car is big enough, man. It'll break them loose at 40 miles an hour if you punch it. And you can see the whole hood torque. That's how much juice it has, man. So I popped it just enough to barely break it loose, but take off, and it threw him back in his seat, and his face just went to this big old grin. Yeah, right? And he's like, and he used to call me Amos. Amos, I have got to get one of these. He never experienced anything like that in his body before. And he was sold from that moment, man. But before that, he just thought, why are you driving this old car? I'm laughing because I can still see his face. And at first it was like on a, probably like the same face that you see people on, roller coaster, if you know what's coming, you know what's coming. If you don't know what's coming, it's kind of like, oh shit. You don't know what is going to happen to you. But then if you can surrender to that moment, right? Then it's like, wow, that was cool. Or I'm going to be okay. I'm going to be okay. Because I had that same experience with another friend, and some other stuff happened, and he didn't. The reaction was not quite the same. You're okay. I mean, I had to pull over to the side of the road and get this guy back in control of himself. Neto, I love you. One of these days I'll tell you guys that story too. Right, I can't right now, but so what I'm saying. So some of these fun things happen like this on the road that we're on, okay? And boy, sometimes we don't laugh about it until we look back and we're like, oh God, we survived it. There's a lot of shit like that in my life, for real, man. Like, oh shit. Because at the time, it's not funny at all. Right, Samurai? Maka? Yeah. Man, because we just don't know if we're going to make it, right? And it feels like we're not gonna. And hopefully there'll be that one or two friends that get your shit and they'll tolerate you long enough or whatever. Or, maybe sometimes you meet just that one guy that you just click with, and somehow it drags you through it, or you dig deep and you find that inner fortitude. You got that inner isness, man. If you got to do it yourself like Moon did. Bro, this guy had to go it alone, but during this transition, like I said, now sometimes we get what we need, okay? You don't always get what you want. Take a note from the Rolling Stones. Don't always get what you want, but you get what you need. Fortunately or unfortunately for Moon, what he got was me. During this time of transition, to take his mind off of his pain and loneliness. And ironically, now look how that this mirrors the people that we met, okay? He met me. I'm in the middle of my boss in my business. You know, I'm building my business. This is how we met. He comes into my antique shop because he's lonely. He's just looking for someplace to be that's not his little lonely cold apartment where his family hates him and everybody that he knows is rejecting him on the basis of his own personal beliefs that he has developed on his own, okay? So he comes in and he starts talking to me, and at the time, I am a militant atheist. I am at the time studying quantum physics on a very, very deep level in the science of what is behind this universe that makes it fucking tick, okay? Because there are physical properties and laws, and that's a fact. It's called quantum physics. It's dynamics, and there's things like gravity and electromagnetics and things like that. So I was trying to cobble together an understanding of the way that the world works, the way that the human mind works. So I was into a lot of philosophy and psychology at the time as well, into some really heady stuff. You'd be amazed all the shit that I learned. Lucid dreams, okay. Yeah, new Juice World is dropping right now, okay. So that's where I was at, and because he had a deep, formally educated understanding of some of these things as an industrial engineer and chemical engineer, okay, he had deep knowledge of some of the things of quantum, of molecular physics, molecular particles and stuff. So this is the basis where we started, between quantum dynamics and molecular physics. And this is the discussions that this is how we started talking about God, man. Because he said, oh yeah, of course there is one. And I said, no, it's these forces. There's van der Waals force, there's ionic force, there's hydrophilic force, there's nucleophilic force. These are the forces that hold the universe together. I am certain. And I was right about that. That's true. From a scientific perspective, that is exactly the case. That's a fact. And that's the truth. The thing that I'm going to say in a moment of humility here, and why I'm telling you guys this is, I was kind of running out of answers at that point. And here's the thing, it was not the whole truth. It was true, but it was not the whole truth that was about to be for me. Okay? But he came at a time when I was running up against a dearth of information, or to be able to explain or tie the things together. And all the amazing scientists, even Richard Feynman himself, asked, Albert Einstein too, they came to a fine line on these things where their understanding had to start to get supernatural. Einstein lost all of his credibility by throwing away all his science that he founded with his theory of relativity, which again came in a vision. Ask him. He didn't invent anything. That's what he said. I discovered it in a vision that he had, and he spent the rest of his life trying to explain it. Well, even he reached a limit on what it is that he could explain with physics in the physical world, in 3D reality. And that's when he started, this is Einstein, okay? And if you read about it, you'll know. That's when he started heading into the supernatural understanding. And then he lost credibility, of course, in his scientific community. And what I'm saying is, when we come upon greater truths, you're about to probably lose whatever cred you had in the past life that you just built. You understand? If Einstein is going to lose people, so are you. Understand? Okay? That's because you're cutting a path that maybe has never been done before. Which is the thing that the guy did. Einstein did. He cut paths all his life that are things that people never did. And we have to be willing to at least contemplate these things, okay? So because of the fact of, for one, he was extremely charming. I'll say that, okay? It's fantastic guy. Never forget you, Betty. And he's one of the people in my life that I will never lives. And I helped him with some other things too. But I wouldn't be the person that I am today without that turning point. Okay, he turned my perspective in such a way that he turned the entire road and direction of my life. And what I didn't realize at the time is it would feed into where I'm at right now. I wouldn't be here right now doing what I'm doing right now without those nights that we sit hammering it out over the back. Lottery tickets, the lottery, they had these big sheets and they would write all the lottery tickets on it. We ran out of napkins, right? We're at Harry's, and we would always go there and have prime rib and their home fries. Man, it was so good. It was killer. So once a week we would do that, and we treated ourselves to that, and prime rib and philosophy. And we would write on the back of the lottery ticket things all of our science that we were coming down, our napkins. We would write down all that stuff. And we changed and shaped each other's lives, and that's a thing that I will never forget. And that's one of the guys that it doesn't matter where I am, what I'm doing, if he calls me, I'm there for him. It's always thing, man. That's an always friend. But they come in the clutch, man, and they might come out of nowhere. Like I said, this guy come out of nowhere. I'm just sitting minding my own business, doing my own thing, but it was time for me to come to an understanding, because, like I said, I was running short on the understandings that I was able to get where I was at. So the universe will put the people in place for you to answer the questions, or at least make you consider, at least make you entertain a different path. And if you're open enough to a new truth, a different truth, see if it resonates with you, man. I mean, that's the thing. Here's the thing. I didn't believe in the things that he was telling me at first, but I also just couldn't deny what he was saying is possible. So I stayed open to that. Turns out, I ended up not only taking up the mantle of what it is that he told me, I started wearing that and dressing that, and next thing you know, that is the line and tack of my pursuit. Howdy, Fade, what's up? Here he is, we're waxing philosophic again, but we're clicking down miles, Fade. That's what we're doing today. We're just clicking down some miles, man. We're just being here, and I'm running some treasure maps and stuff. Clicking down the time because, man, during the transitions, and that's what we're talking about, all these transitions and how brutal some of them can be. And if you know, you know. That's what we're saying. You know, there's kind of you feel like you're going through a desert. You don't know where stuff is. You don't know how you relate, all this kind of stuff. But what's actually happened is you literally have been projected into a new reality yourself. Okay? And now you got to compensate. You got to throw your shoulder into it, and you got to make it make sense. Okay? But the thing that I'm telling you is, be brave about it, guys, because the new is going to come. The new is going to come that vibes with the vibe that is the direction that you need to go, man. And it's going to feel like a pull to you. You're going to have some inherent fascination. You're going to have some interest. It's going to make sense to you. Like I said, I did not believe the things that he was saying to me, but I couldn't deny either. And because that question existed still in my mind, well, in a way, you know, I look back to people like Richard Feynman. I look back to people like Stephen Hawking. I look back to, what was it called? Zen Dancing Masters? I can't think of the name of the book. It seems like it would be like some esoteric Middle Eastern metaphysical teaching. It's not. It's a discussion on quantum physics is actually what it is. But I also started seeing how that the things like some of the really high teachings of the mystery schools way back then were trying to discuss and understand things, the way that the world is made, with words and science that they didn't have back then. So they're discussing things like energies and vibrations and fields and things like this, where they didn't have words necessarily to explain the kinds of experiences that they were having. Where today we do. We have electron microscopes, okay? We have things like CERN. We have things like quantum physics research. We have particle physics. We have all these theories and things, and ways to share them. So nobody works in a vacuum anymore like they used to. Okay, that's one of the nice things about the world that it is today, is we have things like Red Dead live streams to use as a platform for an encouragement and a hope to bring to people, to sit here and say, let's just click down these hours. As boring as it is, man, this boring ass cowboy game is just exactly the right platform. Did I see this coming? No. Hell no, man, because I'm not a gamer. I was never, this is new to me. Red Dead Online is also my first game. And again, here's another place in my life where at a time when it felt like a lot of stuff was falling apart, it felt like a lot of stuff was getting weird for me, because, and again, it was signified by Mark, did I move house? Yes, I did. I built a house and moved house from where I had been for the last 10 years. Decade, guys. Almost another record for me in my life to live someplace that long. And I didn't think, that's another whole story. Okay, so anyway, so yeah, a new house. Then I lost my mom. Guys, this is my buddy. This is my best, this is a soulmate for me. I'm really fortunate to have met and had great loves in my life, and my mom is one of them. And so I lost her. That was one of the parts of the transition that's put me on the path that I'm on right now. I didn't see it that way at the time, though. But I'm telling you, this is a person that I would talk to for 4 hours a day, almost every freaking day. She took up a huge portion of, well, I won't say she took up. We gave each other huge portions of our lives every day. And now that's gone, right? You don't think that was a serious change in my life and things? Okay, but I handled that in such a way because I was thankful for her to move on. It was time for that to happen. And we had the understanding that I had the understanding of that from the time I was a very young child, that I was not always going to have her. But it's still the same when it came up on me, you know, it was an adjustment. Because I had devoted all that time. We know they're not going to be there forever. You can run, or you can double down, man, and that's what we did. We doubled down, so we spent all those last quality years, that last amount of time. So, but here's the thing. We both had a very kind of derogatory view of what constituted the time people spent playing video games and stuff. And there's reasons for that. I'm not even going to go into that. Okay, but I was ignorant about video games because of this. I didn't really know too much about video games. We didn't talk about video games. We didn't talk about football. We didn't talk about any of this kind of stuff. We talked about, again, philosophical stuff. Okay, so next thing you know, I quote-unquote accidentally find out about model horses and stuff. Well, this is a totally new thing that has just appeared out of nowhere. As far as my consciousness goes, I had no idea that this thing existed. Although I don't know if you guys know what Breyer horses are. Okay, there's these little plastic horses they're collectible things. It's like K-pop's only horses, okay? That's what it is. And it's a thing that I collected them when I was a child. And I still have all of mine because that's what I do. I keep I keep stuff forever. And even with all the moves that we made, and we made a lot, I always kept those. They were very important to me, which is cool because in this world of model horses, one of the things that's very, these vintage model horses, right? Well, I've got all mine. And so, you know, it's like, wow, that's cool. Well, next thing you know, I understand that people do like kit bashing with them. They make their own models. They make little sculptures of these things, and you'd be amazed some of them are extremely valuable. The collectability of these things is off the charts in that little world. Okay, there's a whole little world that I didn't know anything was hanging with it. So anyway, so there's this whole little world. Well, next thing you know, I'm like, well, I'm an artist. Maybe that's the thing that I could do. Well, there was a horse called Vitrix by an Australian artist called Liz Shaw, and that thing sold for $60,000, guys. Did I say it wrong? Let me say it again. 60 grand. 60. All right. So you think that wasn't inspiring? Am I damn? You know, maybe I can't make one for 60 grand, but I could do. Yeah, let me see what I could do with this. Okay, so this is a new thing, and because I've lost my mom, I have many hours a day that I need something different to do with myself. And like I said, the house is built. I spent the last 18 months working on and building the house and things, and now I need something to do that's not quite as physically demanding or as mentally demanding. Engineering and blueprinting the house and doing all of the you know, the technical shit behind getting the permits and all that kind of stuff was very mentally demanding. So I need something a little bit less intense to do. So next thing you know, I'm doing on model horses and stuff. And I'm going to skip over some things with that. And let's just say, you know, how that whole thing went, that I ended up on Red Dead. But the thing that happened was, in a relatively quick succession of time, I built a pretty fantastic, amazing community on Facebook, which is kind of where all of the sharing happens there. Okay, it was like a whole community, like what it is. I've got this whole community like here on Red Dead, right? We all know each other, love each other, and all this kind of stuff. Well, that's kind of what happened on Facebook, which I had never been on Facebook either. I never did social media because I was busy having what I considered a real life. I didn't have time for stuff like that at the time, right? So next thing you know, I've got this huge following and this huge community on Facebook that's following me with my creative thing that I'm doing right now, which is the model horses and stuff, and people that are all of a sudden are interested in my work. And so that will turn into a whole entire thing, and I was pretty thrilled about it at the time because I didn't see that coming either, man. I was surprised. Okay, I'm gonna get another. I think I can get one more. Okay, now a lot of things happen there that are it's just too complicated to start to explain here. Long and the short, the important part of this is the fact that out of 800 and some people that were my close friends in my Facebook community, when I had to retract, and again, this is a thing that sort of happened to me and happened for me at the same time, right? I don't want to go into what happened, okay, but when I had to back up a little bit for my own personal sanity, okay? So that's what I do, and next thing you know, I'm out of that community for a little bit and out of the stuff, and some of you know how complicated that got with the grants and things like that, and also with the very intense connections that I was having to support at that time. And it just, I mean, I was spending 8, 9, 10 hours a day helping people with stuff, and that just got to be emotionally too much for me, okay? Really intense things that I just had to start kind of backing away from some of the draw on my emotionality, because I was just getting too involved with people that I was never destined to meet, but they needed that heavy help. So anyway, so I backed up a little bit, okay? Sometimes we have to, like I talked about in that other stream, we have to back up a little bit to help support ourselves. But because of the way that all that went, okay, so I sold a bunch of stuff, okay? So some people have my address. Well, out of all of those people, like I said, out of 800 and some plus people, between 8 and 12, I stopped paying attention. One person that it was I was doing. So this one person writes me a letter, handwritten letter, man, snail mail, because nobody could contact me any other way with all the crazy stuff that happened. And that was a person that you guys all know as Shaman. One of the things that Shaman has done is practically lived this game from day one and made cool videos and things like that. And he, at the time, you know, with the different discussions that we had about and supporting, still continue to support, because the guy is a beast with the sculpting. What's up, Gav Dog? Okay, so he's an amazing sculptor and an amazing innovator, and saw me as an amazing innovator as well. So one of the things that we've continued to do is some of my materials and things, we continue to work back and forth on that, and then he continues to do and go into digital sculpting, which, yes, this guy is also a computer genius brainiac and does horse sculpting and modeling as well. So see where he has expanded his talent for sculpting in 3 dimensions to sculpting in the digital dimension. And I have taken whatever I was doing with building a community and brought into the digital dimension, because there's not another soul on this planet. Just like I told you earlier about Moon, there probably is not another soul on this planet that could have convinced me the way that he did, because of the background that he had, to consider that there was any kind of such thing as a deity. Okay, because I wasn't buying that. Well, now I'm happy to consider it, and now my research and my understandings and my pursuits have gone that way because of that one critical turning point that he was, and that I was for him. Like the film Ghost. I don't... No, I actually sculpted model horses. There would be 1/9 scale model horse. Just like model cars. I also did amazing model cars way back in the day. I did some kick-ass model cars. Ask anybody. So anyway, yeah, I didn't know that model horses was a thing. So yeah, it's 1/9 scale model horses, and you know, it's a big thing. There's a whole entire hobby devoted to it worldwide. Amazing community, amazing people, and there were some shortcomings in the materials that were being used, and that's what ended up happening. Is next thing you know, I'm being me, so I'm too lazy to do it the way that everybody else does it. So what I did is I invented a material that was a lot better for doing the work. So next thing you know, I'm working on a patent for that material. Next thing you know, I'm working with NASA on the other kinds of uses that this material can be used for. And again, I don't want to get into all of that stuff, because that is ultimately why I had to get away from it. Because, like I said, the pattern of things that happened, I lost my mom. I found a creative outlet for my hobby in doing the tiny horses, which is what I call them, tiny horses. And that really helped connect me to my mom, because she always loved horses too, okay? So I spent a year doing that. Well, next thing you know, I spent a year developing the material and branding and researching and working on the patent and all the kind of legal stuff that needs to be done. And that really turned into a chore, guys. Let me tell you, that's a lot of work, doing that kind of stuff. And I'm like, you know, I just got into this to sculpt tiny horses. I didn't get into this to try to get National Science Foundation grants and stuff, you know, and all, you know, and be working on it. Let me tell you, patent making is not what it was back in the day. Okay, it's a lot more complicated now, and it hasn't gotten any cheaper either if you want to get legal help. Because I ended up having to get some legal help to help me work on prosecuting this patent, right? Where before I worked on this stuff by myself. I was able to do it then. Now it's just too complicated. The patent office is kind of like with Red Dead, it makes something so complicated just for the sake of making it complicated, I guess. I don't know why they made it that much more complicated. I have no idea, but they did. What a bummer. Okay, I'm gonna find me another treasure map here real quick. So anyway, that's what it boils down to, is out of the whole entire community, once again, in a transition point in my life, and I don't even know it, okay, I don't really know it, I think I'm just naturally backing off, I can't do this anymore, I'm backing off of these things. So I get this letter out of the cold-ass dead middle of nowhere. You know, this is 4, 5, 6 months in down the line. I'm not even thinking about that kind of stuff. I've been working out in my yard. You know, I just went and hid my head in the sand. I'm working outside of my new home. I'm putting in landscaping. I'm doing that kind of stuff, very physical stuff, not thinking at all anymore. I'm not doing this. Here comes a snail mail letter from the one guy on the planet who is going to be able to convince me, with all my already misgivings and beliefs and thought processes about these video games, right? Remove. And he starts sending me videos, right? So we were talking back and, you know, he's the one guy that's got my number. So he sends me videos, and I wasn't on YouTube back then either. I wasn't even on YouTube, guys. I just didn't have these things, right? So I start looking at YouTube, watching all these videos, and during difficult times in my that I'm having, I'm still processing, you know, that I've lost my mom. I'm still processing, you know, what have I thrown away with all this, with the patent stuff and everything that I'm not going to pursue anymore. You can only really throw away so much money. After a while, you know, you have to kind of. Okay, thank you, Outlaw Al. Appreciate you sitting here. I hope you're feeling a little bit better. I'm just rambling because that's what we're doing. We're just rambling on. We're mostly, and we're ambling. Who knows the root of that word, where that came from, ambling? That's kind of a Westernism, in case you didn't know. It's from perambulating. That's the origin of the word, to perambulate. And if you think about it, the old baby carriages, way back in the day, they were called perambulators. That's an easy way for you to remember that. The old baby carriage, it means to go for a walk, perambulate. Okay? But the cowboys didn't want to talk, they didn't want to say it that long, so they said amble. Instead, that's where we got ambling. Yeah. Rambling. That's what we do. Rambling, both kinds of rambling. I almost called this live stream Ramble On. Anybody know that song? Ramble On? Led Zeppelin guys, right? Instead, I called it Ride Whiskey Ride, which was based off Ride Captain Ride. And I don't know who sings that. If anybody knows, waffling means the same as rambling? I did not know that. Waffling. That's a new thing to me. In the United States, waffling means to kind of flip-flop or go back and forth on your, you know, whatever it is that you're saying. Okay. Interesting. See, we can learn things from all around the world. And that's the cool thing about the community that we've built. I've learned so much from all of these things. But what I'm saying is sometimes it comes down to literally one point, one person, one event, one moment in your life. It can literally come down to one that can change everything. And you can be right in the middle of a big drift. You're just in the doldrums, man. You're just drifting. You're just cruising. You're just waffling. You're rambling. It's aimless. You think you're not going where you need to go, but it's kind of like in the Bible. That's what they did. They're wandering around the desert, and they said, hey, you know where this? And the guy, okay, in the Middle East, this is the thing they do. You point with their chin, right? Okay, now you know a little piece of the culture there. They point with their chin over this way. And that's what they say. That guy changed the whole entire course of everything that ever happened in the Bible after that point. It's a turning point, a pivot point, critical point. And sometimes we can look back in our lives and see that that was one of those points. But usually what I'm telling you is it happens in a moment of void. It happens in a moment that feels like the desert. It happens at a time when we feel like we're losing everything and it's falling apart. Okay, and these are the things that happen. So I look back now and I can see that when the very first moment that I was getting, after I lost my mom, I was looking at Pinterest, which I had also never been on Pinterest before. I'm like, what's this thing, Pinterest? So, and that's how I accidentally found the model horses, quote unquote accidentally, was looking at stuff on Pinterest for gardening, because I was working on my garden, because I had lost my mom. Okay, so next thing you know, I'm looking at gardening ideas, working through my grief. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at maybe garden sculptures. I don't really know what I was looking at when I saw these horses, and I'm like, wow, that's like the horses that I had when I was a little kid. Then I found this whole community. I built this whole community. One of the horses that I saw on Pinterest was a horse that was called War. It was not the most anatomically correct horse that I had ever seen, but there was something to that sculpture that I just was like, wow, whoa, wow, that is amazing. War. And I never forgot it. And it's just, here's the thing, it wasn't even finished. This piece was in gray primer, and there was a picture on Pinterest of it. How it got there, I have no idea, because he said he didn't put it on there. Somebody did, though. Somebody saw in it what the things that I saw as well. Hey, Shaking Dreads, what's up? Okay, what am I doing? I'm trying to find, I'm gonna get another map here. I don't remember what the other one was. Do you guys? I'm gonna go here. Yeah, what's up, Shaking Dreads? There he is. We're just kind of rambling, man. We're ambling and rambling. We're eating up time as transition is happening, because we understand that's one of the things you just got to go through it. But what I'm trying to let people know is to look out for that sneak attack, because you never know when that person that's going to help you transition into the next thing that's going to be your directive, and how subtle that it can really be. You won't even recognize it when it's coming, but that's what it is. Because this is how I ended up on Red Dead, man. So I see War, right? I'm looking at Pinterest. I learn all about model horses. I build up this whole entire... Whoops, am I looking at the right one? I built up this whole entire community. Yeah, Tumbleweed's where I want to go. So I built up this whole entire community. Who do you think ultimately, and I had no idea. Howdy, fan. Assalamu alaikum. So I have this community that's built up, and who do you think comes along? And I have no idea at the time, because this is a piece that he has work in progress. So it's not a thing that he's promoting on his Facebook stuff with his model horses and stuff. He has a piece called Lazarus, and he has some of these other pieces. He did Outlaw Owl, you would freak out. See if you can do a Google search of a horse called, type in, well, be very careful when you type in model. If you type in model horse in just a Google search, you'd be, there's things I don't want you to see. I'm trying to think. The horse's name is Lazarus, and it's a skeleton horse. You would love it. I mean, chunks of flesh are out, bones are showing, guts are hanging out. It's the most amazing thing. And I was like, wow. And so Cullen is kind of known for having created this model horse, which is this gruesome thing. It's the coolest, because he's willing to go there with his art and creative art, and not just make pretty things. Yeah, it is. It's so cool. Lazarus, the guy's name is now Cullen Malcolmus, and model horse. But be very careful about. I'm very concerned about. When you type in the word model horse, you can get some really surprising things if you don't have the right settings on your Google stuff. Okay, so I found out that the hard way. Oh my goodness. Hold on a second. But there's an amazing model horse community out there, and it was very satisfying. But of all the people, so I built this community, and Cullen helped me with some things, some technical stuff. he also loved my material, really helped me promote my material. So next thing you know, I'm spending more time making clay and selling it than I am working on. I don't have time to work on the model horse anymore. You know, I'm doing the grind. I mean, it was extremely physically taxing. I'm talking, I lost 13 pounds in 2 weeks without trying, man. Yeah, be careful searching model horses, especially if you are a minor. But type in the word Lazarus or the name Malcolmus, maybe that would help. How I found it on Pinterest was an accident, but it was a divine accident, guys. That's what I'm saying. It was like divinely ordained, I swear. Because, so next thing you know, somehow from all of these people that are in this model horse community, me and this person start kind of building this relationship based on I'm helping him with some stuff, he's helping me with some stuff. We just like the cut of the jib, man. We like the way that his pieces are. He's helping me with, because I'm new at this. He's been doing it for years, okay? But he likes the direction that I'm going with my work. He helped me with some technical issues and things, and then next thing you know, he likes my clay, my materials. So we're working on that, and we're innovating together, and we're building this stuff. We're doing this stuff, and then somehow the thing comes up, and it's like, who do you think did war? I don't remember exactly what happened. Somebody asked him something, or he put the thing up and whatever, and I'm like, well, that's war. What? He's the guy that had done this horse that like 5, 6, 7, 8 months ago I saw on Pinterest, that got me on the dang Pinterest. Okay? It's him. I didn't know all this whole entire time, and yet somehow we have magnetized ourselves to each other, and we have just glommed together out of all the people in this community, hundreds of thousands of people in these communities all over the world. And I'm talking Australia, I'm talking Philippines, I'm talking Solomon Islands and shit, I'm talking like Manx, you know, Isle of Man. I'm talking people are all over this community that are just all over this, like the, you know, this is the guy that I connect with. This is the guy, and here it is. It's war. He done it. Not only did he do Lazarus, he did war. I said, I saw it on Pinterest. He said, I don't know how. I didn't put it on there. I'm like, because I was supposed to see it, and I was supposed to end up here in this community. So I end up with another hard and fast friend there at a time and a transition that I'm starting to run out of steam with what it is that I got, or the direction that I'm going. Like with this clay, like I said, it's getting really heavy and hard with some of the stuff that I'm doing, and next thing you know, it's in patent resolution, it's in patent prosecution, it's in so much technical stuff. Yeah, don't look. Yeah, not supposed to look. Don't look. I warned you guys. I don't know how else to tell you where else to look. That's how I found it. How to keep it clean. I'm not advocating or condoning smut of any kind, but it is a legitimate hobby. And yeah, I'm concerned now. There's not even any link. I don't even have anything left, links that I could send anymore. I left that world so completely. Mac, I found it. Okay, you found the zombie horse? Yes, it is a zombie horse called Lazarus. That's my buddy Colin. That's the guy that got me, like I said, because of the hard and fast relationship out of all of those that I lost. And I'm telling you, when you guys lose, you might lose big. I lost over 800 people. Yes, Lazarus. Is it awesome or what? Okay, model horse Lazarus. And hopefully it works out well, because, and he's not selling them anymore. It's a limited edition thing, man. You can't. But I've got one. I've got anything that I ever want, and he's got anything he ever wants from me. Yeah, this is the level of talent that these people have, man, and that's what I do. That's what I was doing, and I thought I was building a career into that, except that it turned into me, the material that I invented was so much better to use. So then it turned into me doing that instead. So I'm in mass production mode instead, and I'm in selling and packaging and shipping and oh my God. And then people are understanding this stuff could be used for X. Next, I need to protect myself. So it became all about the clay. It became about, and it was not about artistic endeavor anymore. And I followed it. How do I say that I follow things, guys? I follow it until I get a solid no. And I was working literally 20 hours a day on patent persecution and on grant prosecution. Yes, I thought about it. That was one of the things I was going to do, was make the Red Dead horses. That's one of the things. Once I started seeing the Red Dead stuff, I didn't know that at the time. See, I didn't know anything about Red Dead. I had no clue about Red Dead. But that's one of the things that I approached Cullen about. Was I said, we need to make, the character. We need to make Arthur. We need to make John. We need to make the horses. How long is it to finish a horse? Well, that's a good question. It really depends on the artist. And there's, how much time that you've got to devote to it. Some of these people have worked on horses for literally years. Some of them can finish them in 3 or 4 months. It depends on the level of skill of the artist and the level of detail that they're willing to put in. And there's a huge range and a huge price. Okay, so anywhere in the, to buy the flat out models, you can pay anywhere from $150 to $600 as a start. Some of them are more in the $1,200 range. The vintage ones, $1,200, or you're not getting, if you can get it. If somebody's willing to let it go. Sarah Minkowitz Bruning. Okay, some of these horse artists, and I got a hold of Breyer myself. Breyer is a company that makes these horses out of the plastic. That's the Christmas gifts that you see at Walmart. You see the little horses there, right? Or you go to Farm and Fleet or Tractor Supply. They'll have them there. Breyer is a company that makes these horses mass manufactured as a collectible, okay? Several of my artist friends that I met are artists now for Breyer. Okay, Sarah Minkowitz Bruning, Jen, I won't be able to think of her name right now. 3 or 4 of my friends actually ended up designing horses for Breyer, the company, which their artwork, their resin sculptures were translated into the 10-ite copies that you see that you can buy at Tractor Supply or whatever. So that's pretty cool. Here we are out there, independent artists, which is cool. I mean, and I was going that direction too. I had actually gotten a hold of Breyer with some of the things that I was doing and talked to some of the people there. I could have been on track to have done a similar thing with that. And also with the artist that, a photographer that I worked with based on the horse sculpture that I was doing. So I might have ended up with a trip to Wyoming to actually go see the Gladiator. There's another one. My horse that I did was a Mustang. His name is Bolero. And he's based off of a very famous photograph called the Gladiator, and that's a real horse. It's Chucky. Ahoy, Chucky, milk dealer. We're clicking down hours and days and time, man. That's what we're doing. So yeah, the Gladiator was the name of her photograph. Very, very famous. And I didn't know at the time that there might have been restrictions on that. I didn't know about that stuff. So when I started doing my sculpture of this picture, so next thing you know, I'm having to contact her, and man, we just ended up, we hit it off, and the next thing you know, she's like, yeah, I'm sitting, she's in Nebraska, and, she said, like, yeah, but I'm on my way to Wyoming, and I'm sitting in my car at this gas station out in the middle of nowhere, she's in the middle of Nowheresville, Wyoming, right, on her way to White Mountains, to take pictures of these horses. That's what she does for a living, eating a corn dog, talking to me on the phone. I just thought that was the coolest thing ever, man. She's like, hey, I'm eating one of these gas station corn dogs. So you meet, how could I have met this person any other way, except for that these things happened? And so now I'm friends with her, and we're friends. These are the friends that I've made, man. Pardon me. So that's what we're doing. We're just I'm just telling stories about my life and how stuff happened. So we just clicking down the hours, man. And you know, again, it's never been about Red Dead, but we're building the community, like Micah was saying earlier. Hey, Micah. Scarface. Oh, I wish. Say hello to my little friend. I love Scarface. So yeah, we have to build it new, man. The old stuff is gonna fall away. I would miss Micah. You get a bad rap, Micah. You know what? The game wouldn't be what it is without Micah. You know, did you guys know that the guy that did the voice acting of Micah Bell, and I'm sorry, I won't be able to think of his name right at the moment. The dude actually got death threats. Forenza Resin is not mine. She might have just named it. There probably won't be pictures of mine on there, Micah. It would only be on my Facebook stuff, and I'm not gonna go there. I doubt very seriously that you'll find pictures anywhere of mine. I was very limited with and protective of the things that I was doing. So that Bolero is probably not mine. Forenza is going to be... Oh, I can't think of her name. Yeah. You probably won't see Bolero. You probably won't see mine. He is a real survivor. Yes, even with the death threats, he survived. But what I'm saying is, that guy's just as amazing of a voice actor. Guys, remember, it's a voice actor. The guy gets death threats? Come on. Actors that portray antagonists getting death threats. Means you're a really good actor, I guess. Exactly. Thank you. Micah is one of the best voice actors, and I would love to do voice acting. That's the thing. Since the beginning, who knows who Mel Blanc is? The Appaloosa looks cool. Yeah. That's one of the things, like, to do the Appaloosas. Now, I did do a horse called Ambrose, and he kind of is a blanket Appaloosa, is what's called a Noriker horse, and with all the spots and everything. And if you know, the more detail they put into the coats and the eyes and the things, the better, obviously. So anything that's like an Appaloosa with all the spots and all the details that you have to paint that stuff on there, see? Oh, it's just, I was a thrill, and I had so many ideas of the things that I was going to do, and did do. I did do some cool stuff. Yeah, Mike is being friendly. That's good. Voice acting seems like a really interesting career to get into. It does. Okay, so who's Mel Blanc? Well, he was Bugs Bunny, and they call him the man of 1,000 voices for a reason. Mel Blanc was the original innovator of so many of these things, man. We're talking back in the 40s, right? Understand. Late 1930s, early 1940s, these kinds of things had never been done before. What do you mean, who is better, Arthur, or you? If you're going to be a crook, obviously you. Okay, but you know what? Micah was being himself. He's a survivor, guys. He's a survivor. Okay? So, yeah, it depends on this is the context. You have to put in proper context, guys, okay? So yeah, I can't say it without more context, and that's the thing that we're trying to do right now, guys. We're trying to put all of this stuff in a kind of a context, okay? And we're understanding that there's living and dying. Yeah, well, you lived, so obviously you are, right? You were a better liver, but he was a more romantic dyer. Okay? He died with a purpose. We don't know what happened to you yet, Micah. Did you die with a purpose, or did you just fade away, man? So I don't know. Yeah. As far as we know, you went on and lived. Uh-oh, knuckle sandwich. It's Fat Boy. Yeah, we're clicking down some miles, Fat Boy. We could do knuckle sandwich. Most I've just been kind of rambling and telling my little stories and stuff. Boring everybody. But here's the thing, if you're on a long road trip, sometimes he's a weak fool. He was sick. Uh-oh, I'm gonna let them tear you up. They're gonna tear you up. You know, sometimes That's why we listen to the radio, we listen to the songs. And I'm going to do you guys a favor right now. I'm going to not sing as we're moving forward through time. Clicking these miles down, guys. That's what we're doing. We're just clicking the miles down. We just got the vibe open, and I'm just rambling. Waffling. That's the new thing that we're waffling. And I'm looking for a treasure map, and it's irritating me because I don't even have a haptic response right now, and I don't. This is why I haven't done my treasure maps, guys, because it pisses me off. Yeah, you can shoot me in the face, you can persecute me through lobbies, grief the hell out of me, but make me look for a treasure map or a card in a house, I'll get pissed off, man. Irritated. Okay, so Arthur was sick physically, but Micah was sick in the head. Oh! Uh-oh. Chalky's bringing the smoke. He's got a good point there. He's got a point. You can't deny, man. You've got to say. Yeah, and it depends on if you're looking for a hero or a villain in your life. At different times, we have need of both. I would say truth hurts, man, is what I would have said. Uh-oh. Somebody coming. Who is it? Somebody's on our way in. There he is. Uh-oh. Looks like we're going to get some knuckle sandwich right now. Uh-oh, one of these. Boy, you didn't even duck. There we go. We're going to do some fight. Oh, wow. He went straight for the headbutt, man. That's not knuckle sandwich. Get out of here. Oh, there you go. That's the one I was looking for. It's a double-decker. It's a double-decker knuckle sandwich, man. I got the high ground. I got the high ground on you. Yeah. Oh, swing and a miss. What? Ooh, look at block. Look at block. Take one of those. There's a knuckle sandwich for your gut. Combo knuckle sandwich. You want some fries with it? Oh man, talk about fried. Fried my shit right there, man. Virus. Cheer from El Paso. El Paso. Davy Callender was a real fighter. Twice the size of won that fight. He could have done the same to you, Micah. Been a while since I've been down that way, but howdy from Texas also. I'm up here by Austin. Between Austin and San Antonio. Que Paso, that's what I was trying to say. Alright. So anyway, okay, so that's ended up what happened. And I hear you, Fat Boy, but I'm also going to tell my story. I'll fight you some more here in a second. This is not the one I want. Here's the thing, it keeps making my outfits into whatever it wants instead of what... How you like that knuckle sandwich? Oh my god, I almost killed your horse. I'm sorry. Here, I'll give you an alligator skin to pay you back. Here, buddy, I'm sorry. Here. Have it. Louis Ray. You should have seen it coming, man. So that's how I met Cullen, okay? And I was amazed because even after all these couple of months, I'm looking for a treasure map, bro. I gotta find my treasure map that's down here. I'm in a treasure map cloud. Uncle was the realist fighter. Constantly waged a battle against lumbago. That's right. He's on the grind. Big shadow, tiny tree. That's it. I wish I was calling to mind a little more of what any of them said, but I can't remember right now because I'm kind of in the middle of kind of explaining this story of how that it is that a non-gamer, non-video, non-YouTuber, non-Pinterest, I had no social media guys. I would hear people talking about Facebook. I just didn't do it. I never heard of that kind of stuff. What I'm telling you is I'm not from around here. I came How much treasure map? All of them. I can't pick up any Maca. I've got all of them. That's the bad thing. I got to get them all done because, see, I've got 28, and I just did one, so I had 29, and I've got free ones to pick up, and I can't pick them up because I already got them. So I'm trying to do a couple so I can pick up the new ones. See, it's just gold sitting here, and it's gold going to waste because this was Fat Boy. If you got which one am I doing? Crap, I can't remember the name of this one that I'm doing. How do I figure out which one that I'm doing? No. Oh no. Crap. Did it make me join it? I was pushing buttons and not paying attention. If I go to Condor Egg, it's an accident. So whichever, I don't remember the name of this one, Fat Boy, but if you've got the treasure map for this, get your treasure map out. Because right here, I'm in the yellow, see, on the thing? But I haven't got any vibration this whole time I've been riding around down here. That's why I get so pissed off. This is like I said, come grief me, please. I would much rather be griefed than look for a freaking treasure map. I get so short-tempered, guys. I have a really weird sense of what I'll tolerate. It's going to be a long ride. It is. It's a long ride because, man, we're just trying to get through literally segments of our lives, man. What about the Blackwater money? We don't know. Oh, binoculars. Right. Okay, let's try that. Yeah, I haven't tried anything else. Do you guys remember that you can... Oh, I can't ride them on... Can't ride it on the horse? No, give me the... Okay. The bad thing is it could be behind any of these rocks, right? Okay, well. Oh. There's birds. Yeah, well, there you go. What's up, buddy? Hey, he stole my hat. Biggest peeve in RDO is people that grief low levels. You wouldn't believe how much that pisses me off, right? Well, and it makes you wonder in real life, right? What, you kick puppies too, I mean, what? why would you grief lower levels, But yeah, I've had it. Like I said, I started an alt too, so here I am running around like level 22, whatever, And it's like they want to come and try to shoot you and stuff. I'm like, go ahead. I don't even have full health, bro. It makes you wonder about them, and it's like, would you have grief my level almost 600? Probably not. But it takes all kinds, I guess, so there you go. Where Sons of Dutch makes us brothers. Sometimes brothers made mistakes. Yeah, and that's why we forgive them. We just kind of keep tolerating as much as we can, guys, right? And the thing of it is, even when the stuff goes sideways like it did, do we not ultimately meet our fate? We do the things that we were meant in some way to do. Because like I said, the stuff got weird, and I cut out all the mustard, guys. I lost a lot. Mistakes include house calls. I walked away from a lot. So sometimes, like I said, if we understand that the things are not just falling away, they're breaking off. Not only is it breaking off, but man, we're breaking loose. We're breaking free of what would have been limiting or restricting for us. If we can look at it with that kind of a perspective, then it doesn't seem quite as painful to kind of let it go, right? If we understood that was not where we were, was not going to get us where we needed to be, okay? And for whatever reason, the direction, as much as I had built, was not gonna get me where ultimately I need to go with the destiny of my life. Okay? Arthur's destiny with his life ensured that he would come across the guy and get tuberculosis, because that is when he started changing who he was inherently and looking at the contribution. That's why it's called Red Dead Redemption, guys, right? He started really looking at his life. He started living like he was dying, because he was. Well, what I'm saying is, you can live like you were dying when you're not. And that's how you live alive. Okay, isn't that what Samurai was saying earlier? You know, how many are just living when you could be alive? Okay, it puts a new perspective under your belt and a new thought process in your head when you start to go ahead and take it up and understand that this is something that you're going to end up doing deliberately. Once you get over the hurt of everything that you're losing, and the people that you lost, and you get over, you know, it's going to seem like you've hemorrhaged people, things, places, friends, jobs, communities. Okay, because I did. I lost a huge community, but I was willing to walk away from it, A, to preserve myself, and B, because I couldn't continue the way that it was. Let's see. I made an alt for the sole reason of finding people that attack low levels. Wonder how many people leave you alone simply because you're a high level. Yeah, that, and the fact that I just, like I said, I don't vibe the vibe that, you know, because if they come and shoot me, I'll just let them. You know, if I freaked out and everything, you know, I'd be a lot more likely to get griefed, I guess. That's why I killed Arthur, because he was lying. Arthur was lying? Oh, it's Miss Mystique. Hello, Miss Mystique. I don't know how to explain exactly what it is we're doing here, Mystique, except for the fact that we're using Red Dead as a platform. You can have that, fat boy. I don't need it. My wagon is full, bro. Which maybe we'll run a wagon here after a little bit. I want to kind of wrap up this story as we're kind of clicking this along, and then we'll play some game, right? You go to John Ropke map. They give you 3 locations it could be at. Good point. If anybody didn't know that, that's a good point that she brings up. Welcome for the tip, guys. But I'm using my phone right now for the live stream. It is pulled up on it. And gosh, this is so stupid. Here's the thing, I don't care. This is the problem I'm frustrated because I don't care, and I'm willing to just shut the map and do a different one. Ooh, but I do need this right here. This is the thing. I'm excited. Oh, I can't even carry anymore? Not fair. I wish you could carry more of that. I'm not even getting a vibration, guys. Could it be glitched out? The thing of it is, I'm not really paying attention. I didn't even want to make it this hard. Yeah, Gene Ropke map, it's fun stuff. We ride as long as we find all 28 maps. Oh man, I hate to even think. I thought about doing that though. I thought about doing that as a live, just as a live stream, and that's the goal, is to get them all done and out of the way, because see, I'll go and loot bodies, and it says you cannot carry any more of this. I might have got a treasure map off of that body, but I can't get it because I've already got it, see? Well, I just lost out on some gold. And same thing, Rockstar just gave me 2 treasure maps, and I can't even pick them up because I already had them. So that's gold literally sitting, I've got extra gold, extra stuff sitting all over the place. Too much. Okay, so out of 800 to 1,000, 1,200 people, something along these lines, right? There's Cullen. There's the model horses. I discover that 5, 6, 7 months before, this is the guy that did war, that got me into model horses, and here it is at the end, the beginning and the end, at the beginning and the end. I didn't know who he was in the beginning, but of all the people that were in that community that I built the closest friendship, I guess, with, and I didn't even realize it at the time until he sent me the letter that he sent me, snail mail letter, that this is the relationship, and that was the guy that did War that inspired me from the beginning. Something in my intuitive knowing, see what I'm saying, guys? Because this is not the most anatomically correct horse. Like I said, it wasn't even painted. It was in primer. But something about it, guys. There was something. And yet, here it is. So I end up with this guy in my community, and we followed each other, and we helped each other out, and we built this thing. And my whole entire life pivoted on the pinpoint that Cullen Malcolmus is, from model horses to Red Dead. Because there's not another soul on this planet that could have convinced me to get my ass around and figure it out and do all the stuff that it takes. Because you guys, all this gaming stuff and the consoles and the controls and all this crap, you guys have been gaming since the beginning. You know what the fuck you're doing. I had no idea. I didn't know nothing about this stuff. So I have to learn how to do all this stuff. I have to get a console, learn how to use it. You should have seen us trying to ride the horses in the first couple of weeks. You know, we're trying to ride the horse. I can't even ride the horse, man. I can't make it work. I mean, I'm like literally almost in tears because I can't make the damn thing work, you know, because I have nothing to base this on. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. And my name is Whiskey Gravy to this day because I thought the PSN thing was just like a password or something. I didn't know. I already had my character's name picked out and everything. His name is Sam Chappell. Watch. I'll show you. Nope, that's not it. Player. Look. Sam Chappell, see? I was already telling Cullen all about this character, and I was designing this character to go with my horse Bolero, my model horse that I did. Okay. And he would send me these videos of Red Dead, and I'll be looking at the horses, and I'm like, it would be cool to do that, or like do a figure, a collectible figure like of Arthur or John. See, I love John. Micah, I have to tell you, my heart truly belongs of all, not even to Arthur or you, as much as I love you, Micah, because I do. I love John. I have to be honest. Never to call me Maca Power. Here's John Dunbar. John Dunbar, not John Dunbar. Yes, I saw I saw Dances with Wolves. John Dunbar, right? Not Dunbar. Okay, got you. So anyway, yeah, so that's it. So Sam Chappell, that's what the name that I thought would appear above his head. So people can just call me Sam, not Whiskey Gravy. What the hell was that? And then when I started learning how to make videos, which I never planned on making videos, I never planned on making videos. I never would have seen, if you'd have asked me a year before, I would have never said I'll be making videos about a video game. No way. Are you insane? Yeah. No way. Okay, so next thing you know, because of whatever thing it is, so he's sending me all these videos, right? And I'm like, that is so cool. So I guess I'm going to do it. So I end up getting the video game, playing the video game. Well, ironically, he is totally into Assassin's Creed right now. Which one? Valhalla. So he's not even doing sculpting with the model horses anymore. He's doing digital sculpting because he's helping another game. He's helping an indie game developer work on a game, and they need model horse. And he's done some digital formatting for the motion, the movement, also some of the what do you call it? I don't even know the names of the words. You know, the infrastructure. What do you call it? Modeling. Well, it's just digital modeling. Okay, armature, the armature and stuff, and all those kinds of things. Okay, he's helping them with those kinds of things and simplifying what that they had going on in the game that they've already got. They've already got this game going, right? So he's helping them with that. And so I never even got to play with him, but 1 or 2 times. Yeah, I like it. Mecca. He's a Mecca. Yeah, and I kind of kept Whiskey Gravy too because, for one, nobody misses it. Everybody remembers. I guess it sounds good, you know. But yeah, I thought it was just going to be like a password. I had no idea. So, and again, and everybody thinks I'm a guy anyway. So Sam would have been just as bad or worse, whatever. And none of that ever mattered. But So yeah, so I'm gonna follow you. You find the map. Maybe mine will be there too. I'm gonna follow you. Go get your, or are you going to a different map? I see him getting his map. I'm not paying attention to you, baby. I'm not, because I'm just still telling my own story. Are you gonna find it? Are you gonna find one? Oh, okay. I got Blue Water Marsh too. Let's just go there. This. Hold on a minute. Let me get. Well, did you just open Blue Water Marsh? I can go there. I can open that as well. Or is that the one? No, I just got that one. Oh, but hold on a minute. So wait, they got me a free one. How do I get to that? Is this okay, hold on a second. Because I got a free one coming. I could go get it now. Yeah. See? Blue Water Marsh right there. Bam. Now see, I just did. Okay. Didn't get into gaming 2017, so being really confused by a lot of stuff. Yeah. That was me, man. I didn't really, so I didn't get to play with Colin, you know, and I would ask him, you know, we had Messenger and stuff like that, so I'd ask him questions about some of that kind of stuff, but that was it, and then I never got to play with him. Okay, let's head to Le Gras. Yo, Vin, what's up? Oh, $12. Jeez Louise. We're just then we're not really playing Red Dead per se. We're clicking down hours of transition that a lot of people are going through, man. We got the vibe open for the juju. We're telling stories about you know, it's not, have you ever driven a long distance and you know, you just kind of ramble? And you might talk about weird stuff that happened to you in your life or whatever, and, you know, and that's just fun, man. You just kind of chill, tell stories. That's kind of what we're doing, man. So we can click down that time and just be available for those that are going through these things where they're just kind of waiting for shit to fall into place. And we're waiting for shit to fall out of our lives, man. And I'm trying to get people to look at the fact that you see all these things that feel like they're falling apart in your life, or breaking loose, man, or breaking down, man. It's all this crazy stuff that it feels like it's going on happening to you. To consider the fact that in some way, man, you're actually breaking loose. Okay? You're breaking free of those things that would have been limiting. So what I'm kind of trying to demonstrate is the idea of how these things have happened to me in my life, okay? So kind of where we're at is this Facebook community that I had built. Okay, now I got to get my... Okay, so next thing you know, we're not doing that anymore. But out of all of those people... there was Colin. Colin is a Red Dead junkie, A#1, man, a total addict. So he sends me videos. Next thing you know, I'm figuring out a way to get my ass together and get on Red Dead, which is exactly what I did. And then I never, ironically, got to play with him. He's on Valhalla, okay, and he's doing digital horse stuff. We're not doing the sculpting things anymore. The Facebook thing has just completely faded away from my life. And all we can think about is Red Dead and how cool it is and learning how to do it. And I had no idea, bro, that I would build a community. I didn't see this coming. I never played online games. I didn't have... Okay, Ven is at work. Bro, thanks for stopping by, man. That means a lot. Yeah, we're just kind of clicking it down. We don't have any idea. And we're not doing it. You're not missing nothing, Ven. This is what we're doing. This is it. We're just rambling and ambling. Ambling and rambling, man. We're just rambling, man. Totally useless. But this is how I play the game, too, bro. This is kind of... Ain't it, fat boy? We just kind of fuck around. We might hand it to the knuckle sandwich here and there. Check out Outlaw Al. Now she's got it. She's getting back on target. Look out, guys. She's getting better. So much trouble getting through the first mission in the Call of Duty campaign. Yeah, see? And that's like first-person stuff. Nightmare for me, man. I can't do it. So we got into making content. Well, kind of a combination of things got me into again, these things are conspiring kind of without your permission or without your awareness, because I never did editing either. I stay away from computers as much as I can. Man, if it doesn't take a hammer or a wrench or a nail or a tape measure or some kind of thing like that, man, or just straight mental power. Technology, electronics are not my strong suit. So the editing and stuff like that, I've never done that kind of stuff. It was kind of a combination of things, and the way that other content creators at the time were kind of handling things about the game, when there was kind of some thin spots about the game. And there were differences in the way that they played and the way that we played, and the experience that I was having in the game versus the experience that they were having in the game. And I guess specifically that's what got me more on the live streaming. And I'm like, I want people to see, especially new people, to see the experience that I'm having in the game. Okay, because I was having a lot different experience than what it was that they were having. And man, the stuff that we were doing, we were just having fun all the time. I mean, it would just be complete, tell him, fat boy, complete and total chaos. It just was nuts. And that was not the experience they're having. And I said, I was a recently new player myself, and I said, if I was watching some of these other videos, these other content creators, I would be like, man, I don't want to buy that game. That looks just toxic and yucky, and I'd be scared to play it. If I was a new player watching these videos, it's kind of giving the game a bad name. So, I kind of, being the contentious ass self that I am, I'm gonna cut across this away. I'm cheating. So I was like, we always have a blast. Even if all we're doing is punching each other in the face, which we're likely to do. We'll spend hours, just doing Royal Rumble, or we'll do melee only, like weapons or hammers, or just duking each other out. Man, we'll do that kind of stuff. We'll do posse infighting. Or we'll do wagons, and or spend hours getting griefed and just having a blast. Where all these other people are like, oh, it's so toxic. I just wasn't seeing it. I just didn't see it that way, right? So I just play with my griefers just because they're playing with me, right? I don't know, so I play with them, and that's how I've ended up with a lot of griefer friends. And so that's the kind of things that I wanted to depict. And then the videos, the movie videos and stuff, to be honest with you, I don't even really remember at this point. I honestly don't. How I got into making music videos, because I had not seen the music videos at that time, like the cinematic music videos. But that's how I met Shadow Straggler and all those cool guys. Started kind of making those, and next thing you know, like touching base with those guys. Ooh, one of the things that I saw early, and it wasn't even about Red Dead at that point, that was really inspiring, was Izzy Romo's GTA videos as Showhawks. Video that he did and stuff, and kind of music videos of those kinds of just in tears over some of those things, and it's just so inspiring, and I guess it seemed like to me kind of a unique idea, just for me to find out that it wasn't. Other people was doing this stuff too, like I had no idea that the world of model horses existed, and I thought, wow, this is a cool thing I could do. I could really do some cool stuff with this, because I don't know anybody that's doing this. Just to find out there was a whole community of people that were, and find yourself part of that community. The same thing. I start making videos, and then I started finding all the people that are making all these amazing Lefty Red Dead and Shadow Straggler and Alderon's Moon and Tiberius Rex. Oh man, making these amazing videos, and so bringing their own brand of creativity to it. He got Try Hard Clips. He puts his own music even. Oh man. So we're making all these connections and stuff. And supporting each other in the community, and I was digging that. I dig that. I dig how, to me, so many of the people support each other in this community, whether it's helping out low levels or, I asked a lot of people about the editing programs, what they were using, because I had to learn all the editing and stuff too. So I'm doing that, and a lot of Shadow Straggler and different people helped me out. And now I can help out other people with some of the stuff they're doing. And I see other people moving into this too. Babadoo, if you guys go check out Babadoo, he's learning how to do the editing, and yeah, now I can't think of his name right at the. Oh my gosh, I can't think of his name. Anyway, so we take those little cues that are unexpected, and that's what I keep telling some of my other friends. And I said, you can't give up hope just because it's hopeless, because you don't know what's going to happen in the next minute, let alone tomorrow or the next hour, man. Don't give up, because the answer could be right around the corner, man. And next thing you know, you're picking up an editing program, you're doing research, you're learning, like, what's a good editing program that I can get for free? Well, I got DaVinci Resolve, and it's almost I should just stick with the other thing because it's easier. The YouTube Studio has a thing, and then Share Factory has a thing. I had to learn all those things. But that's what I do, man. I keep going until I get a solid no, so I started doing those things. Shocking. Me and two guys started playing RDO at the same time. We got to level 100. I remember all the fun times and bullshit shenanigans. Yeah, do it all over again. Right, we're gonna do it all over again. That's what I'm saying. Babadoo, there he is. Yes, Babadoo is learning how to do the editing, and he's making some fire videos, man. Go check him out. It just makes you smile. And bringing that experience and bringing that thing to the game is just... naturally, I just wanted to put that thing out there, to give that thing out there, to spin on it, I guess. I don't really remember how I ended up making some of those earliest videos, to be honest with you. But part of it too, I would talk to some of the people. I remember talking to people in YouTube video, on the comment section of their videos. Like, that's how I met Greg. If you look at one of my videos called Aces High, he has a nickname. He plays that Player Underground, that PUBG game. So I'd be talking to Greg, man, and we just had some heart-to-hearts in the comment sections of some of these videos, right? And that's kind of how I met him. And man, what a treasure Greg is. He was another guy that was blocked on my channel, Babadoo, even Greg. Well, I made that video specifically for Greg because he was going through a tough time. So all it is me riding my horse and some cool music that I found, because I wanted to give Greg just that, half an hour, 20 minutes or whatever the video was, knowing that when he got up, and this is a guy that works nights, he's been working nights, long nights for a long time, he's just grinding the grind, man, of his life, taking care of his wife, taking care of his family, doing his thing. Those are the things that keep the world turning, man, and it's not always easy. Not all of us are going to be huge world changers. We just changed the little piece of the world. We just keep clicking them down, man. Greg is a clicker downer. He's taking care of a wife that has multiple sclerosis. That's a challenge. Then there's some family. That's a man. And I wanted to just say thanks to a guy that's there, doing it every day, working those late nights. He's been doing it for over 30 years. I said, when that guy gets off work, let's see. He's got this cool ride, man. Cool tunes, cool horse ride, just chill to. Before he gets on PUBG and starts going crazy with all that stuff. A moment of peace, man. That's what I wanted to give Greg. That's why it's called Aces High, a ride for Greg. So those are some of the ways. Yeah, man's man. Those are some of the ways. Just inspired by the people that I met that I started making some of the videos for. And that's why I did it. Lassoing each other for hours. Yeah, absolutely, we do it, man. And I'm boring with the griefers because they'll keep shooting me and I'll just keep running at them trying to tie them up. I prefer to go tie them up and I'll let them go. See, I don't, there a while back I know it was kind of a thing where, you would tie the guy up and then take a screenshot and humiliate him with it. I'll tie him up and then let him go, and then usually get up and shoot me and stuff, but I don't do that. I just want to be able to tie him up and look the guy in the eyes, man. If you're going to harass a guy, look me in the fucking face, will ya? Be a man. Suck it up, man. If you're gonna act like a man, be a man. Don't shoot me from across the fucking map, okay? Or I can't see you and you got your beaver suit back there on a fucking thing, spawn killing me. Boring. I'll just sit there and let you shoot, because I could care less, man. Come and scrap with me face to face. I want to smell your fucking eyebrows when I burn them off, man. That's how it is. Okay? Now we're talking. Now we're interacting. But you're shooting me from across the map, I don't want nothing to do with you. It's boring to me. I'm not going to sit there and shoot you across the map. And to me, there's no fun in that. It's lame. If someone wants to be a griefer, I don't care. What I think is weak is when they pop a shot and then run in the store. Oh, I know, right? Or spawn out. Yeah, you got this guy right. I'm supposed to be filling up my... Is that a bear? It is. Oh. I'm supposed to be filling up my satchel also, and I'm not doing that either. Yeah, don't be a wuss. The rifle was a thing. Stopped pretty much PvP. Yeah. I mean, there are people out there that do it, and I respect what they can do. I just don't like to play that game, man. It's boring to me. Because there's no interaction. You're going to sit across the map and just keep shooting me? Why? Are you having fun? Go ahead. Power to you, man. Lord bless. But I'm not... Listen, here's the thing. I don't know if y'all have noticed it yet. Whisky's going to play the game Whisky's way. If you're going to play your game, play your game your way. Have fun. I'll stand. I'll go make spaghetti. Just look. That's one of the videos that I made, and that was to expose the different ways. That's another reason I made videos. One of my earliest videos, and you can go back in my channel and look. It's called It Takes All Kinds. So these guys started griefing me, right? I put it, and I can't compete. I can't. The other guys that I was with said that they were cheating or lag switching or doing some kind of thing. So they take off. They're like, no, fuck it, we're not doing this. Well, you know me. I'm crazy. So instead, I put away all my guns because I'm not being able to kill them anyway. And I just start running at them, and I let them kill me, and I let them kill me, and I let them kill me, and I let them kill me. And next thing you know, they're like, well, it's on you because you keep running at us. So I just told him, I said, but if I don't run at you, then my video will be too long. I have to get to you so you can kill me quicker because I can't wait for you to come to me. So you're running at me, I'm running at you. That shortens up time. He said, you're going to put this on YouTube? And I said, yeah, I am. Because here I am, I ran at you all these times, and you're killing me and shooting me and doing this stuff. I don't even have a weapon out. You know how many times they killed me? 47 times in a row, bro. What's up, Kai? They killed me 47 times in a row, and I never even pulled a weapon after that, okay? So that's why I said I'm going to make a video out of this. And I sent it to him. I sent it to him, too, before I put it out there. And this is how I treat my griefers. With respect. Just because he's not respecting me. Now, he respected me by the time we were done. You know how I know that? Go watch the video. Because that's what I told him. I said, listen, you've been killing me all this time. I haven't even pulled a weapon. Now, here's the thing. I've been doing this for an hour and a half now at this point. I got to go make dinner. I got to go put spaghetti noodles on, bro. But you can keep killing me if you want to, if that makes you feel better. Because it ain't confront me. See? Do I care? No, I don't. Him and his brother both shoot me. Well, when I said I was going to put on YouTube, his brother was like, no, he don't want to be famous like that, right? Because he's not got no weapon. He don't want to be on a YouTube video harassing, somebody for no apparent reason. Don't even pull a weapon. That's no fun. There's no sportsmanship in it, right? Oh, but yeah, the Mystic did. He kept going. So I go to make spaghetti, and I didn't know until later. If you watch the video, it's a ways on into the video. It's a pretty long video, guys, because the whole thing is there, except for a few minutes of it. So yeah, he comes up, and he waves at me. And things changed. Things changed because I wasn't fighting against him. I wasn't fighting against his desolation of me. I wasn't resisting any of that. I was just letting him be himself, man, do his own thing, and I didn't have a problem with that, okay? So next thing you know, and like I said, to this day, now he's changed his name a lot of the time. I'm not going to say what his name is now, but if I run into trouble, if I want help, you'd be amazed how quick he'll show up. He somehow knows, man. He's got a maybe because he was a griefer. I don't know. He's got a sixth sense about these things, man, and he won't let anybody grief me anymore without him showing up. Okay, so we healed some kind of energy between us and some thought process that does he still go around griefing? Sure, maybe. I don't know. Huh? You found yours? Excellent. Maybe he found his. Nice. Babadoo's out. Probably. I'm gonna come over and look. That's where my other one was. Oh, well, it is vibrating. Maybe it is. Yeah, it is. Yep. Well, thank you, baby. You just made a lot easier. I'm gonna use my good luck charm. You made it easy. See, thank you. I appreciate that. Also, you're looking pretty dope right there in the outfit. Nice. Kai says he's doing good. This is absolutely pathetic. Can't imagine killing someone over and over. Well, but they did, you know. So, but I did not resist. It's like a Gandhi thing. What is it? What is it? Passive resistance or whatever, I guess. Yeah, 27 maps left. Except that I picked this one up, so actually it still is 28. See, I just picked this one up because this is one that Daniel or Fat Boy had. So when I picked up my free one from Rockstar, and check your stuff, guys. You might have a free one from Rockstar as well. Okay, yeah. Oh, open up your next one. Tell me what the next one is. We'll go get that one too. And then I'll continue. So anyway, a whole bunch of weird stuff conspired that I ended up making, being a content creator. And live streaming was a little bit, cause like I said, I got kind of like a little bit of social anxiety disorder. Just kind of just leftover remnants of who me I used to be. Because I come a long way from where I was, but I still, you know, just wasn't sure about asserting myself in a dimension or format that I wasn't not too sure of, you know. I could run a construction crew, that's not a problem, but all of this, I wasn't sure what to expect, I guess. If I don't know what to expect, then, you know, I still get insecure like anybody else, you know. Say again, Fat Boy? Okay, I think so. Not that, this thing. Not this thing either. You'd think I would be, you'd think I would get, I'm looking for my, you think I'm looking for my thing here. Benedict Point. I do. I think that's the last one that I tried to go find and I couldn't find it. And I got mad. I think it is. Oh no, okay, it's a different one. Maybe I have better luck with this one. That's what I was doing out in the desert before. Alright, tumbleweed it is. You go first. Okay, and I'm going to, right here, I'm going to take a break real quick and refill my coffee, guys. So I will be right back. Hang tight, man. We're moseying on, man. All right. Okay, guys. Okay. Like, man, I don't even know what to say right now, man. I go in the kitchen, right? I'm getting my coffee, I'm warming it up, and I see some little weird movement, like over by the sink. There's a butterfly. How it got in here, I have no idea. There's a butterfly, like on my sink, right underneath the. Okay, when I designed the house, I got this thing, and okay, one of the things I hate. Okay, of all the places that I've lived and every place that I ever go, you know, you go to family's house for Thanksgiving, all this kind of stuff. So you weigh these things. If you notice these things, which I do, I'm one of these guys that notices these things. So normally you got a sink, a kitchen sink, right? And you got the faucet and the set and whatever like that. Well, water splashes up, and so it's always, you can't. It's just a lot of work to keep that. And I've always been so meticulous on my own of keeping all that stuff clean, because it's just, you know, you go places and it's like, do you ever, you know, so it's all the goop that gets behind, you know, around the faucet and everything like that, right? This is a thing, and I'm just a neat freak in real life, or, you know, have been up until recently. Things are changing all over. Okay, so this is one of the things that I hate, I despise. I can't hack that kind of messy stuff like that there. Why can I not travel? Not letting me. Okay, so when I designed my house, the thing that I did was I put the, and you'll see this in Europe, possibly Australia, things like that, more than here, in that the faucet and stuff like that comes out the wall above the sink. It is not on the sink deck outright. Right? See what I'm getting? Okay, it's a different kind of faucet, and it requires different kind of plumbing to put that in, because it doesn't come up behind the sink and through the sink deck. You go up behind the wall, and then it comes out the wall and into the sink. Okay, so that's the way that I designed that, so that I never have to deal with the goopy stuff that gets behind the faucet on the sink deck, because I hate that. All right? That's the cool thing about designing and building your own house, that you can do. And that's what I did, because I thought about it. See, I thought about what I wanted. I thought about what I don't like. And that's one of the things that I did. So it's tumbleweed, right? We're going to tumbleweed. So anyway, there's no faucet on the sink deck, and that's where the butterfly is just kind of sitting there. It's just kind of vibrating. And I think it's called they're called a brown lady or a something lady. Oh, did you see Gilly? He was naked. Did you see him? His saddle and this stuff spawned in late. That was cool. Gilly with no saddle. Yeah, it was so cool right there. So anyway, yeah, so there's or it seems like it's a frisk. I know the name of the butterfly, and I can't think of it right now. It's mostly just kind of brown and orange butterfly that it is. Anyway, but I mean, it's almost Halloween, right? It's really weird that there's a butterfly on my kitchen sink right now, especially because I have not had, you know, the last couple of days. And that's another thing that I did when I designed it, was I live in Texas, right? And it's not as hot. No, it's not a monarch. I know what those are, and this is maybe about the time that they maybe should be coming through, though, actually, because again, here's the cool thing, guys. When I tell you that there's stuff that happens that is just beyond comprehension and that science can't keep up, this is one of them. Do you realize that, okay, if you live in the Midwest, if you live in Canada, like Wildman there, if you live in Missouri, if you live in California, if you live any of these places all over the world, if you live in Washington State and you see a monarch butterfly, and they're kind of, you know, this is a much smaller butterfly than that, Tiberius. Monarchs are huge and kind of really black and orange. But here's the thing of it is, all of the monarchs that you ever see anywhere in the States, the United States, you see them all summer long, right? Every year they come down all the way through, and they come right through here. There'll just be clouds wafting of these monarch butterflies, because you know where they're on their way to? Fucking Mexico! They go as far from Canada, Michigan, Wisconsin, all the way up north like that, to fucking Mexico. Okay, here's the thing. And there was a guy from El Paso here earlier. That's way down there on the border, okay? A couple of times I helped a couple of my friends up there, and I'm driving from the Midwest. Okay, I'm near Chicago, and I'm driving to El Paso, Piedras Negras to be more specific, okay? It's right on the border, right? Oh, they say if you use a butterfly, it means someone you love that passed away is watching on you. That's what my dad tells me. Well, then that would be my mom, and she had red hair, so maybe. Seen those butterfly migrations on National Geographic, it's wild. Yeah, well, I'm in Texas, so they come through here. Now, when I lived in the Midwest, I would just see them, you know, you see them around, they're just flying around, they're doing whatever they're doing. But when you live in Texas here, they're on a bent, man, they're on a mission. You can tell they're doing a thing, man, because you'll see them, they're all still going the same direction. Okay, because they're on their way, they're almost to Mexico, they're almost there, bro. But what happens? What did I just tell you? Oh, I'm getting goosebumps all over because, listen, I'm going to preach some real, honestly, truth right here, right now, okay? What did I just say? When I'm in the Midwest and I'm doing my gardening and I've got my peonies and I'm just in there doing my thing and I see a monarch, and they're real friendly, man. They're real tame. They'll land on you. And it's kind of creepy, okay? And you just see one or two here and there, and they're doing their business. They're going to flowers. They like milkweeds, okay? That's the main thing. Milkweeds are critically important, so anywhere that you live, if you get a chance, don't dig up milkweeds, and even like I've done, plant them if you can, because that is their natural food of their caterpillars, and that's where they lay their eggs. That's the only place that they do. Okay? Milkweeds, all the different kinds of milkweeds, just like what's in the game here, that's a real thing, okay? So, here's this delicate little creature, this independent little unit that is such a fucking boss. They can fly from Wauwatosa, Wisconsin to wherever the fuck it is, past the border, past El Paso, past Austin, past fucking Little Rock, all the way to Mexico, bro, with just what they got in them. How? Explain this to me, man, because I drove from Chicago to El Paso, from El Paso to Piedras Negras, from Piedras Negras into Mexico. And it was a press on me, man, and I could stop at the fucking Walmart and get him a sandwich. Okay, I had air conditioning and shit. I did not have any giant birds come and try to eat at me. Right? These motherfuckers flying out there, delicate little thing, from fucking Oshkosh, Wisconsin, Racine, Wisconsin, Ottawa, Ontario, to Mexico. Now, you tell me there's not divinity inherent in that thing, dude. Dude, bro, you tell me that there's not some kind of magic in that. Science cannot explain why, how do they know? How do they know when to go? How do they know which direction to go? Oh, they follow the geomagnetic poles of the earth. Okay, yeah, right, but what makes them do it? What makes them go, yeah, I think I will. I think I'll just go to Mexico. What makes this butterfly in his little butterfly brain go, Mexico sounds good? What happens to the guy that goes, I'd rather go to Tahiti, though. Mexico's not my thing, man. I don't like avocados or bullfights. I'm not going. Yeah, they are amazing. And the thing of it is, what are they doing that's so amazing? They're amazing us. That's what they're doing, because they're just living their little butterfly lives, man. They're just being themselves. Trust me, they don't care what you think. They don't. They don't give a fuck what you think. When you tell them, like, what do you mean you're going to fly to... What is he going to say? You're going to tell them, you don't have a big enough stomach to get you there, Chief. You don't have what it takes to get there. You can tell them that all you want. And science can prove that there's no way that's going to happen. they absolutely fly in the face of the actual physical laws that we know of as laws. You willing to be that bold, man? You willing to be that bold? Yeah, it makes birds sick. Yeah, see? The monarchs, and then there's go look up viceroy butterflies. Now, viceroys have figured it out, and they don't have to do the hard work of only eating milkweeds to become poisonous. That's why monarchs are poisonous, because they eat milkweeds as a caterpillar, so they absorb all of this toxic poison that literally makes birds sick. Okay, they can't eat it, so they spend their whole lives eating poison so that they, see, they make it work for them, is what I'm saying. Okay, now viceroy butterflies don't have it so hard. They're not so plant specific like the monarchs are. But what they did is they did a copycat business. Got that? You look up a viceroy butterfly, it looks just like a monarch. So they get the clout and they get the cred, and the birds leave them alone. But they didn't do the work. So you're always going to have that guy, man. You're always going to have that viceroy butterfly, man. If you're doing anything unique, it's Whiskey Edinburgh. All right now, come on now. Did you find yours, baby? No, I got mine already. Mine's right here. Mine's is up here. Yeah, I got it. All right, this one I did find it that time. So you got one, you got one. So, and if you're looking, hey, howdy, Mr. Johnson. And again at New Austin with the gator pelt. Yeah, again with that. Yeah, butterfly effect. And here's the thing: did anybody ever see the movie Butterfly Effect? With Ashton Kutcher. Okay, that's based on a real premise, and again, it has to do more with quantum physics, but also the dynamics of Zen all together, and that's where that's the origination. And like I said, when you get into metaphysics, you get into quantum physics. It's really hard to start separating the two at that point, because that's where it is. If a butterfly flaps its wings, and the little kind of waft of air, the little tiny zephyr that starts right there, and it could be a tornado someplace else, or a typhoon, or a hurricane, or, see, it's saying that every one of those things is connected in some way, shape, form, or manner, but we don't have the engine computing capacity. We don't have the capacity to comprehend all of those great things. So when it says that all that is a mystery, or that the Lord works in mysterious ways, these are the things that it means, because you can't, that's what I was telling you guys the other day. I said, if I spit in the ocean, you think it doesn't matter. But the fact of it, okay, but you're looking at the wrong side of it, though, see? The fact that it did matter. I increased the volume of the ocean by X amount of whatever it is, you know, what, 2 cc's? I don't know, whatever, how much of it is that I spit. It matters. And when you will convince yourself that it doesn't matter, you'll give up trying. You'll say, oh, it's not going to matter, it doesn't matter. But here's the thing that I want to explain to you. And there's another story having to do with the ocean and all these kinds of things. And again, we're just waxing all of these things. That's what we're doing. We're waxing on and we're waxing off. Where's that movie from? Which movie is that from? Wax on, wax off. No, don't say Billy Mays. It's not it. That's the wrong one. Okay. See what you got next, baby. No, I'll go with you on that one, because I probably got it. Okay, so this little boy is going along. You know, there's been a hurricane, right? And so there's like all these starfishes that have been washed up onto the beach. Karate Kid, he's got it. Yeah, he's quick on the trigger. He's Karate Kid, wax on, wax off. Mr. Miyagi, right? He's teaching him. What ridge? Oh, Gap-Tooth Breach. Okay, yeah. I think I got Gap-Tooth Breach. Sure do. Alright. I appreciate your help. He's being my rock right now. He's keeping me paying attention to what I'm doing here. Alright. So that's mine out there. Okay, so there's all these, oh, as you spit in the ocean, it may have some bacteria that floats to the Arctic, gets frozen for 10,000 years. When it unfreezes, it causes a sickness that wipes 90% of human life. Entirely could be possible. You just see, you don't know. Mr. Miyagi, local busybody, and child betterer. Yes, I'm trying to be a child betterer too. We're just waxing all of it, man. That's what we're calling it these days. So anyway, the kid, so the kid being a kid, what he's doing. So all these starfishes are washed up on the beach, right? And they're gonna die. They get exposed to this because they can't handle that stuff, right? So the kid is going along and he's flinging all these starfishes back one at a time. He's picking them up one at a time, throwing them back in the ocean. And you got a guy who thinks he knows a thing about it or two. He's like, there's hundreds of thousands of them. You're not making any difference. Look, you could stand here all day and throw them. It's not going to matter. They're all going to die, kid. Get real. What are you doing? Right? A video that explains why Daniel was the villain cracks me up every time. Why Daniel was the villain? I guess I don't see that one. So what does the kid say? In his out of the mouths of babes comes the innocence of the truth. He picks up another one anyway, despite the fact that someone is telling him that he should get real. I made a difference to that one. Take that in. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. He made a difference to that one. That one that he put back in. Okay. There are hundreds of thousands of millions of people that could use our help, okay? We may not be able to get to all of them. Or we may be an uphill battle. What's my saying, Outlaw Owl? You can't give up hope just because it's hopeless, right? You can't give up hope just because it's hopeless. Yeah, you're not gonna save them all. You're not gonna win them all, okay? But you're also not gonna lose because you know what? I'm gonna make a difference to that one. Fact of the matter is, and let me be a little bit reverent here, I've made a difference to that one. A couple of times, enough of a difference that there are people alive today that would not be alive had we not given everything that we had to give. There's people that have gotten through nights a little better than they would have if we had not taken the time, guys. Daniel is the real bully. Oh, I haven't seen that one. Random guy, you'll never make a difference. Me, dumping my 47th car battery into the ocean. Oh no, we didn't see that. Can't give up hope just because it's hopeless. Yeah, Outlaw Al, she's got my number. I am the meme. I'm being the meme. At least I'm consistent. See, that's why I put my same clothes back on too. My same lame ass clothes. I've still got. Oh, yeah, that's what it takes to be you want to be an icon? Be consistent. That's what you got to do, man. Decide what hammer you're gonna fucking swing. With me, I would pick a hatchet. Ask Hawk why. And I'm gonna swing it, and I'm gonna keep on swinging it. And today, that's what we're doing. We're swinging this hammer. I told you we were gonna go hammer down, but right now we're not. We're just swinging the hammer and see what we hit. Okay? We're hitting those numbers. We're hitting those just to see what we hit, man. Because we're swinging in the dark. That doesn't mean you should give up. Man, swing it and see what you come across. You just don't know because, like I said, here's the thing. We're all cowboys here. We've got to have each other's backs. Yeah, Micah. Where did you go, Micah? You could pick up some good lessons here in this. All right. Okay, so we're swinging that big hammer, and we're just moseying. I see Daniel, he's just being all cool. Fat boy, I'm sorry. We're just moseying. So we swing that big hammer because here's the thing I'm going to ask you. I didn't even know I was looking for something else really to do. I was still, right up until I got smacked in the face with my own hammer, which is kind of exactly what happened, man. Listen, when that whole entire cycle of things was over for me, and I told you I'll go until I get a solid no, right? Chat, you've heard me say it, right? I'll go until I get a solid no. I got a no so solid, I had to actually go to some of my friends and go, please tell me if you see the same thing on this that I see, because to me, I'm done here, finally. And like I said, I was working 20 hours a day, 7 days a week. I was prepared. I was going the whole way, man. I was doing it. I was doing what it takes. We were spending a lot of money. And I was pursuing the things to get the kind of money. And I was on the verge of some of the, like I said, right now, people said things to me that to this day are very, very, very satisfying. And I'm sitting on that abundance, that wealth. I know that that thing is there should I decide to pursue it. And based on just a very few things that the few people that I met, man, said some stuff that'll stun gun you, man. That just puts the shit back in you, dude. I've only seen the first Karate Kid. Yeah, it's the only one you need to see. So yeah, okay. So I've got that. It's in my pipe. I'm smoking that, man. I got that in my hat. That's one of the things I do. I'll put a match or a horseshoe nail in my hat because you just never know. And then I've got things like some sacred sage, and that's a thing I'll do, man. Because every once in a while you have to understand you got to pay an homage. It's just for you to recognize, man. So I'll burn a little piece of sacred sage. So I've always got that in my cowboy hat. I don't wear a cowboy hat for no reason, man. I've got stuff in there that counts. And you just never know when it's going to come in the clutch. It's going to be the thing that you need. You do what you're told, and you live that thing, man. Live it that way. Okay? And you don't always know why, either. And here's what I'm going to tell you. When you get those little hints or clues or kinds of little weird things that just occur to you, and it doesn't really seem to make sense to you to do it, but you do it anyway, and this is kind of how, again, because could there have been anything that I would have done to finagle that I would meet Cullen? The dude lives in Ohio. Okay. I had never heard of model horses, but yet it led me step by step, bit by bit, to get there. How else could I have met him and ended up on this game except for the way that it happened that it did? And is there anything that I could have done to force that to happen, to make that happen, to engineer that dynamic that this happened in my life? Because here's the thing that I can tell you right now, if I'm being real honest with you, I would not have been like, oh, I'm going to go do video gaming, because I told you I had kind of I looked down my nose a little bit at video gaming. I thought, it's not constructive. You're just wasting time. You're just taking up space. It's much better if you read a book. That's how I felt about it. But I was ignorant of the kinds of treasures that lie buried here, and I would not even have looked, is what I'm telling you. So because I wouldn't have looked and I was hard-nosed, I had to be led step by step. And that is how I ended up on this game. By force, by charm, by accident. Because it's not a thing I would have picked for myself. I would have if you would have told me, look, if you'd have told me 4 years ago when I was building my house and I was in the middle of it, and we built 90% of it, listen, this house is on such a raw piece of land, we had to get electric brought to it. What took them a long time to do that, even with all the stuff that I did and all the things. Okay, mine's up here, baby. I got mine up there. It's up in that thing up there. So we build 90% of this house. We use 2 generators for electrical power, man. So all summer long, we're building the house. It's hot. We got the generators running. We got the noise, the extra noise. It's not like it's loud already, Rant. We're doing framing and shit. We're cutting stuff. It's loud. It's hot. And here we are. We're doing framing and running air compressors and all this kind of shit for framing. That's not my treasure. Oh, but there is a thing up here. I thought this was my treasure, but it's not. Off of generators. So we've also got the extra. What am I trying to say? The exhaust fumes and shit. You'd be amazed. I mean, when it's that hot and it's still, and there's not even a breath of wind, and you got generators running, and just the exhaust fumes from that, man, it's just taking up. I mean, it just adds another level to the grind that you're doing. It's like I said, and it's not as hot as it is in Australia. Okay, we were running most of the summer that I was framing this house. It was about 114 degrees. And if I remember, that's like 40 degrees, 41, 42, 42 degrees Celsius. I think that's something like that. 114. We had 114 3 days in a row, bro. And I'm talking, you know, we're running 107 a day or two. Okay, we're running 120, topping out at 119, Jack, a day or two. Okay, so it's consistently hot. And the kicker is, then we went through a period of time where every other day it's fucking raining. What? Still, you know, 112 degrees, but rain 4 times a day. And so we putting all the tools away, putting the stuff about, getting stuff back out, putting the little tents up. We wrecked the one tent because we had left it up and it had rained enough, and it had like 6 gallons of water. You know, I come out and there's 6 gallons of water, just like, there's, okay, good, all right. Got reverse thing going on in the tent thing. You know, so we ended up we tore that one up that way. Because we didn't expect it was going to get that much rain, so we just left it up. We just didn't have any idea what it was going to be. Yeah, mine's there too. Man, he is. Look, he's a champ. Because I'm too lazy, bro. You don't understand. I got this I'm just like a dichotomy, man. I'm like so devoted, dedicated to some things, and just so lazy on others, man. It's a line. Where was I going with all of that? I totally forgot the track where I was going, except for explaining that we used the generators to build the house with. Oh, anyway, so that's what I'm saying. This is the kind of thing that I worry about. That's the kind of shit I worry about in my life. Okay, how am I gonna build this house with no fucking electricity here for almost a year? Okay, so you run 2 generators. That costs fuel, and that's gas fumes, and I'm just saying, okay, I'm just griping through the crap that I went through because that's the kind of life that I had. So you'd have told me at that time, if you would have walked up on my slab, never even seen Karate Kid that way. So if you'd have walked up on my slab and you'd have said, 2 years from now, you're going to be playing video games, 12 hours at a time, I would have been, you're insane. You're completely mad. I would have said, you're nuts. I would have not have believed that in a million years. You would not have been able to convince me in any way, shape, or form. And when I started playing the video game, which was to get on the single player, learn how to do the things, I was so discouraged and so disappointed. Like I said, I couldn't figure out how to make the controls work because I was ignorant. I couldn't remember where the menus was, all this kind of stuff. But I do remember thinking, because it was a lockdown in 2020. Yes, and that's part of the reason too. We can't go out anyway. So yeah, it kind of, but that's what I'm saying. All of these things conspired to get me on this game because shortly after we built the house, we get it done, we moved in, I lost my mom. Then there's COVID, and I'm like, oh, thank God my mom didn't have to deal with that too. I was thankful she got out before that fucking mess hit, and I was still in the middle of a lot of Facebook stuff. So then there was like a whole entire big thing of like the political and geophysical and all the conspiracy, okay, so there was a lot of those so we were weighing, and that, again, some of those things where I just ended up getting away from all of that. Okay, so they were tied in, even though I had 2 very distinct Facebook pages. I had a personal page, which I tried to keep minimal. Again, there's no pictures of me, but next thing you know, people, they read me. I don't know, they know. So they're sending me stuff, or they're posting it on my page. Well, then on my page, then I'm defending these points that I'm not here to defend. It's just so I didn't come to you, bro. You coming to me, okay, right? So these kinds of things. Well, I'm not playing that game. But yeah, so yeah, the lockdown. That's what happens. So we're finding these things to do and creatively inside, and I'm not used to doing that. And Modern Warfare 2 thing. Crispy Craig has a thing. Go check out whatever Crispy Craig is doing on the... Okay, which one are we doing next, baby? Are you done? Are you out? He gone. Where you go? I just wasn't paying attention. Did he get another one out? Let's see. Might as well do it while we're down here, right? I'm gonna do North Tumbleweed. Okay, so I would have never believed any of that. Oh, this is the one I was trying to do earlier that I couldn't find, that I was... Okay, so I would have thought you was crazy, but nonetheless, here it is. There I ended up doing it. Okay, and then we build this community, and we build these things, and that's why I say, new people are going to come. How would I... Okay, Tiberius Rex live all the way in Canada. A couple of my friends live all the way in Tasmania. Tasmania is a hell of a long way from here, man. How would I have met this wonderful, deep, sparkling personality? How would I have met this my little Tasmanian devil? I wouldn't have. Okay, except for that I had no idea that these kinds of things comprised this kind of a thing. And I'm one of these guys, you know, I see a lot of people saying, you know, online is getting boring, it's getting old. I'm going to go back and play the single player. I'm the exact opposite. I have no desire at all whatsoever to... I adore the single player. I do want to play Red Dead 1. I want to play the first one. Because I want to play John, right? I want to do that. For the story and just to hear more of John's voice. I love Rob... It's Rob Whitehoff. Speaking of voice actor, voice performer. Oh man, I would love to meet that guy, right? Just because the guy he seems. And here's the thing, Micah, if you're still out there, I would love to meet the guy that plays Micah as well. Okay, if it makes you feel bad that I can't remember his name, it also feel bad because I also can't remember the guy that played Arthur's name either. But I remember Rob Whitehoff because, okay, baby. I remember Rob Whitehoff because I dig his voice. I dig I saw. Somehow it came up and there was like an interview with him, and I'm that vibe, man. I totally would be all over that, man. You know, I just dig that vibe. And he didn't know nothing about Red Dead either, even when he was making the voice dialoguing for the game, because he's a voice actor. He's not a video game player. Okay, he has no idea what it is that he's doing. Okay, we got you, baby. Anything you need, we are here for you, baby. That is it. Because that's what we're doing, man. We're just moving through the stuff that we're doing. So yeah, what was I going? What was it going about? Oh, that he didn't know. I didn't know. I had no idea. So this is me learning all of these things, and this is me building the community well. And then the game gets where it does, and everybody has seen me pull back a little bit. And it's not that I'm disappointed with the people or anything like that. It's just that some personal things happen in my real life, and again, so it starts getting kind of weird, and that's why I'm making the videos the direction that I am, and I'm feeling into the kinds of things, and it is based on what some of my close friends and not so close friends, again, people that come to me and kind of talk to me about things, and they say, you know, here, you know, man, you know, this is what's going on. I'm struggling with this, or I'm struggling with that, or I pick up that they are, whether they say so or not. They don't. Here's the thing. They don't always have to say so, man. I feel it. Okay, and the stuff is going through, and what I'm saying is, that is a thing that I can do. I may not be able to help somebody specific with their specific situation that they got going on. Sure. But I can help them put a spin on it. Okay, I can help them look at it from a different perspective, to where maybe they feel like there's a hope and a future in what it is that they're doing going forward, okay? And help them to not give up hope on whatever that thing is. Help them get through a night or two. I've done that with a couple different people in a couple different constructs for different reasons that they're having to get through a night. Chucky says the same thing carries on. A lot of gamers who played Red Dead, because of this, the weapons in the game, it sparked their interest in 19th century firearms. Exactly. And so a couple of the people have done videos about the firearms that are in the game, or relating to or showing, yeah, and I won't be able to think of their name either. Izzy Romo sent me those guys. Arkansas. Yeah, I won't be able to think of it. And Izzy's done videos on the weaponry in the game as well, Izzy Romo. So if you're interested in the guns in the game, go check out Izzy Romo. There's already a Western outdoors fiend, so the game was tailor-made for you. Yeah. Got no interest in that other shit. Me either, man. And it is. I'm just interested in the people and the format. That's what it's ended up, man. That's what I'm getting at, guys. I would have never, ever in a million years have thought that this is what I would be doing. Okay, but I was running out of steam, just like everybody else, on what it is the game has to offer me. Now, as a content creator, you've seen what I can do with what there is, and we almost never play the content that there is. Okay, we just carry on and have fun and be goofy and all that kind of stuff. So it's about the shenanigans and the shit we do. It's about the griefing. I can make content all day long on this game. I got no problem with that. But it was really starting to be kind of vapid. It just was kind of starting to feel kind of empty, and it's like, yeah, kind of like when we first moved to Texas here, we kind of just let our hair down and let loose, man. We just let her rip. We went out a lot, and I drank so much rum. I drank a lot of rum and we did a lot of crazy stuff. And then, again, it's just part of the transition, and then you get back to real work, you get back to real life and stuff, and you get back to, okay, well, what makes sense to me, though? You know, I can't just be all this crazy for, you know, it's not adding up. You know, it's a zero-sum game ultimately. Where is this going from here? Because it's a lot for me to do, and it built in a way that I would have never expected. I didn't see that coming, guys. I had no clue that, you know, we've done some of these things, and we just own the whole lobby. That's not what's happening right now, but it's like a Wednesday afternoon, right? There's not the time that's going to happen. And I've stepped away. So a lot of the people that we used to play with, they're doing other things right now, for one. Okay, do I regret, or do I, you know, they fell away, or they don't like me anymore, or all this kind of, you know, am I sweating it? No, I'm not sweating it. I'm happy that they're doing those other things right now, man. Okay, but what I'm saying is the new is going to build out of the foundation that's left after everything gets shakedown, man. It's all going to get a shakedown, okay? And that's what I'm saying. Don't think of it as that you're losing out. Think of that you're breaking out. Okay, you're breaking out of things that would have been limiting. You're breaking out of things that might have controlled the direction in a way that is not in your most high good, or your best interest, for that matter. Ultimately, you know, you got to be able to steer the bitch. Okay? So it's kind of a co-creative effort. So it sort of is somewhat you doing it, saying, you know, I don't want to do that anymore. That's too much. That's too much crazy. The Western nature thing so much, and that time in a Red Dead, pretty much the perfect game. Rockstar throwing away so much potential. Yeah. But it is, for right now, it's going to be what we make of it, guys. So are we throwing away the potential? That's the thing I got to look at. I'm not looking for Rockstar to spoon feed me, man. Because here's the thing, the crap that they give me, I don't really want it. I want to take the part that I want. Alright? So I do the parts that I like, and I leave the other parts behind. Like, I've got a wagon right now. I could have been running the wagon. Hey, AJ, what's up? Okay, so, you know, and I've had all these maps. If I wanted the gold, I would have done the maps before now. I don't even do that. So what I'm saying is Rockstar throwing away the potential, or am I throwing away the potential? Is how I look at it. Because I'm responsible for what it is that I'm doing with the game that I purchased from them. And here's the thing. If I run to the point where I don't think it's fulfilling my potential, I'm not going to play it anymore. That's what. For instance, because of Red Dead, I went to buy a rolling block rifle in real life. So bad you don't even know. Unfortunately, they cost a lot. All right. Okay. This is vintage weapons? Vintage weaponry? See, that's exactly it. See, I could take this and I could be inspired to do what I do with it, just like it. That's what he's saying. Now he might start going to gun shows. Or now he might go to historical recreations. Chalky, what's not to say that you don't start going to historic because you got the gun. Okay, you know what the clothes are supposed to look like. There are huge groups of people. I don't know if anybody knows this. Now, whether they do Civil War recreations or Wild West and ask Outlaw Owl. They have in the town where she lives in. They have the whole entire downtown, and they do a whole entire thing with the parade and all the kind of stuff. What's it called, Outlaw Owl? Hi, Petty Bish. Here we're waxing philosophic again, man. We're expounding. We're not playing Red Dead. Think about doing horse riding, but where I live, it's pretty much not the same. Yeah, and I did horse riding, so it's not inspiring me to do that. But maybe I get inspired to sculpt Gilly. I've already got a Mustang, I've already got a Mustang base of a horse that was working on, that I'm doing, right? And I could use that and paint straight up and just paint a version of it. And I already had a version of this done because buckskin happens to be one of my favorite colors of horses. Okay, so that's one of the models that I could do. Because here's the thing, I don't just build one model. That's kind of one of the key elements of the model horse. Well, I'll just call it industry, because really it is an industry at this point. Top end. When you're talking about the kind of money changing hands that you're talking about. Because when I tell you people are making a living doing that, they're making a good living doing that. Okay, that's what I'm telling you. So that's the thing that you do. You make an original model, and then you make copies of that model. You make resin copies of the model. That's why it's called a model. So you might get 30, you might get 60 copies out of a resin model that either you can make, or there are companies out there now that are dedicated, and that's all they do is model horse copies for people like me. The people that actually got a hold of me, and that's what they said, not only would they go ahead and do some of the stuff for me for free, they would give Rachel her copy for free, because they wanted to support the White Mountain Mustang thing, which she supports. And that's how she does it. Is she doesn't make big donations to it. She goes out and takes the photographs of the White Mountain and the Prior Mountain Mustangs. Okay, and she makes calendars, and she makes pictures, and she sells pictures, and she sells posters, and she sells her photography, and she does her artwork based on those things and supports a thing that she loves. And she's built the community around the horses themselves and the people that do those things. See that how that following her dream has worked out in their lives and has bettered everything in the lives of these horses and the people that live in those areas and stuff. Okay, so I was inspired by her work, unknowingly about that at the time. But so anyway, so yeah, one of her, and that's what she said. Here's one of the amazing things that I've got told in my life that meant the most to me. You're gonna hear the real me talk right now. She said, a lot of people have, now she's real partial to this particular horse called Gladiator. She named him that. This is a wild Mustang in White Mountain. And you can look her up. Her name is Rachel Reeves. Rachel Reeves Photography. The horse is called Gladiator. Okay, and she's my buddy. And she said, I don't know why. Well, I don't know what he's just so he's not the biggest, he's not the strongest, he's not the fastest. He can't keep all. As a matter of fact, he ends up with all the guys running around. He ends up with all the the young guys running around with him. And he's just this powerhouse. He keeps on packing along, man. He keeps on doing it, but he can't keep a harem himself. He can't keep a girl to save his life. I don't know what's wrong with him. I don't know, but she can't help but love him, because he also will just not give the fuck up. That's why his name is Gladiator, right? He's all beat up, man. And that's what I loved about him, too. And the sculpture that I did of him is of a moment of him, just raw frustration. You can tell he's just frustrated. He's not even mad. He's just frustrated as hell. That's the picture. That's the one that I was making the model off of. And she said, a lot of people have made horse sculptures off of this picture of mine. I've seen them. She said, I look. I see. Yeah, not everybody asks me for permission like they're supposed to, because it is. It's a protected picture. Well, I didn't know. That's how I ended up getting hold of her, because when I learned that was a problem, I contacted her before I went any further on the sculpture, because now I realize people are going to want to buy it. If I sell it, there needs to be rights. Okay, I need to take care of that. When I started building it, I was just doing it for myself. I never thought I would be selling it, but people pretty quick started asking me if they can buy it, right? So when I tell you you can make 30, 60 of these in a model, you can sell them for $600 a piece, you do the math. That's a pretty decent chunk of money, right? That's the thing that I could be doing with my life right now, right? That's not the way that it went. So anyway, what Rachel Reeves said to me was, a lot of people, they didn't all come to me though. You did, but she said, you know what? You're the only one of all the people that, of all the sculptures that I've seen of him, that really captured his spirit. I'm just going to let that sink in, because if you knew Rachel Reeves and what she goes through and what she's been through to get to where she is and follow her dream and sit for hours and days and wait months for the right time of year to go back to follow and find these horses and take pictures of these horses and do her photography, because that's what it takes. She's a beast. But she has struggled with some very, very, some physical things and just her life. It's hard to have the kind of relationship when you are so devoted to your work like she is, man. She is fucking Sigma all the way through, because she does it, like I said, and here she is. She's going off. The fuel to her fire is not comfort. The fuel to her fire is her passion. That is why she can sit in a truck stop in fucking Nebraska and eat a corn dog and keep going. Talk to me on her way up there to sit for hours and days waiting to find these horses. She's always, and that's what she said, I'm always looking for Gladiator. He's the guy that I'm up there looking for. Now, she's documented all the other Mustangs and their genetics and stuff. I mean, that's another important part of the work that she's doing, is she's like establishing the relationship, the social hierarchies, the social interactions of these wild horses that are so rarely studied. Here in the United States, we've got them. And they do more shows about lions and tigers, lions and shit. I don't want... Come on, man. Or sharks. I'm sorry. They've got a whole entire week devoted to sharks. Okay, sharks eat, and that's what they do. I don't understand the fascination. They're incredible creatures. I totally get you. And I know one of our special tiny horse model builders is also a shark model builder. She builds model they're magnificent beasts and all that kind of stuff, but they don't have the personality and stuff that horses have. See, that's what I like about horses. Hangtown days, the Hangtown days. See, they have a whole entire things. Love to live in states, honestly, where there's so much space. Yeah, well, it can be good or bad, positive or negative space, Macca. And it's fucking miserable. All you do is feel exposed all the fucking time. You don't realize how exposed you feel. It's misery. I hated it. Okay, and then you come to some of these other places and you got wide open spaces. It's totally different. It's the same thing. Big sky country, Montana, right? Completely different vibe, man. So yeah, but we have a friend that's what he says. He was raised in over by Houston. And there's a lot of big pine trees over there in Houston. And that's what he said. He I never saw the sky because there was always trees everywhere. And, so he likes the, like Arizona and the desert Southwest and the big sky and no trees. That's what he likes. Would never love to live in the States. Yeah. You can't bond with the shark like you can with the horse. No. Likely not, because they don't love you. They're not... Okay, because they're not social animals. They're not going that direction. Colorado, New Mexico, yeah, they're beautiful places right here. The United States is, and so is Australia. Any place that you go, really. Okay, it's like a whole other little countries, and feel the vibe, man. Feel the vibe of the place you're in. It makes a difference as to how that you function every day. Because here's the thing, I'll tell you. Now my sleep schedule has gotten off a little bit here lately. But when I lived in Illinois, I just thought it was an affectation of my life and my family and all this kind of stuff. I just thought it was a function of my dysfunctionality, that I didn't sleep any more than I did, and then I had such bad trouble with it and just never got rested. Well, here's the thing. When I came to Texas, just the difference in the daylight hours, because I'm that much further south, near to the equator, the difference in the texture of the light. Hell if I know. Explain it to me. Oh, chief inspector. Don't make me think, okay, don't make me think that, literally, I'm so, okay guys, this is what's funny. I still got so much boss in me, I literally, like, pinched up when I said chief inspector right there. I have no idea why they named themselves that, but it's like, oh, the inspector, oh, chief inspector. Miss Kitty Jones does the horse drives in Australia. Yeah. That, you know, the Brumbies there, and I did, that was my next, the Brumbies are so neat, they're so, that was my next, I've got several references for a, again, you look for the same one, but you kind of want to do an archetype, but when I find what I think is an archetype, I'll stick with it, man, and for me, Gladiator was it, and so I hit the archetypal note of it. Even though he's not the strongest, he's not the fastest, he's not the best, he's archetypal. Okay, I don't know why that's a thing, but, and that's why I got so much attention for him, and that's why it vibed with somebody, including the person that knows him the best. And she said, nobody got his spirit the way that you did, though. That meant everything to me. As an artist, that's all you want to do is hit the soul of that thing, man, and that's what I did. And I may get back to it sometime. But yeah, my next project that I had planned on doing, of all the magnificent types of horses there are, planned on doing Friesians. Oh my God, does anybody know what a Friesian is? One of the most magnificent little horses that there is. They're just so spot on, tidy. Nothing goes like a Friesian goes. Brumby was next on my list. And again, not because it's the most magnificent horse, not because it's the most talented or the most used or the most whatever. It's because it's a little bit on the underrated side. It's kind of sad, actually, what happens, and I'm not going to get into the politics of the things that happen with the Brumbies there in Australia. But they could use a little more love, guys. I'm just going to leave it at that. It's an underrated breed and an underrated population and an underrated part of... Here's the thing. It's us guys. There were wild herds of horses here in Texas as well, but you know what happened? Farmers came in. Same thing that happened in Australia. Sheep. Sheep happened. So sheep and goats happened. And then men changed the dynamic of, and I'm not saying it's wrong, okay, so I'm not going to get into the politics of it, 40,000 horses at a time. Guys, hey, it's Miss Mayhem. That's a lot of horse meat, Jack. What do they do with it? I don't know. I don't want to think about that. What I'm telling you is, they say that the land can't handle that population. What I'm telling you is, if they left them to their own devices, then the natural populations would naturally take care of themselves. That's how they've done it for hundreds of thousands of millions of years. Okay? Okay, when men start interfering with it and they want the land to produce a certain way or be a certain thing or expect it to be a certain thing or allow their treading, because one of the things that unfortunately that sheep and goats do is wreck the land beyond repair. Because they're not, okay, Friesian. You know somebody that has a Friesian? Oh, man, wow. They're rarish in the United States anymore. They used to be extremely popular. Cullen and I both, and Cullen especially, has solicited Rockstar for that to be the next horse that we do in Red Dead. And he's done all the work. He's done all the research, historical research, because in Berlin, wow, nice. They had Friesians here. Well, there wasn't necessarily a Friesian like registry in the United States in 1899, which is what Rockstar keeps saying, that it's anachronistically incorrect. And I'm going to say, okay, how many cowboys do you know that was riding a Tursk? Okay. Well, we're supposed to be keeping a cool vibe, but Whisky's going to get hot right here, because that's what they're saying. The next horse that they're going to introduce to the game is a Tursk. Okay, I've studied horses my whole entire life. That is not a horse breed that has come across my fucking plate very much in my whole entire, of all the studying horses I've done, especially Arabians, that was my favorite. And we had Arabians, and then I learned to love quarter horses and learned to appreciate them too, but okay, I had a Polish Arab that had a nice, okay, so anyway, they were generic cart horses here in the United States. They brought them over from England because if you want to do any kind of smashing, smart-looking kind of carriage riding, which is how that they did it, if you lived in New York, if you lived in Chicago, or you lived in St. Louis, you wanted to have a Frisians as your cart horses. That would be the thing that you did. And if you had a cart service, you wanted to have Frisians because there's no smarter-looking cart horse. That's what they were designed for. That's what their personality is all about. That's what they were bred to do. Okay, the temperament and everything about them is to be calm and patient and understanding and almost empathic. These horses, there's nothing like Frisians. Okay, that's how that it is. That's how they have been bred up. Okay, so but they had them. They were here in the States, and what Rockstar is saying is that no, they didn't have the registry. They weren't in 1899. They weren't here. Not true. And Cullen would put together the facts for supporting that, and has continually petitioned Rockstar to get us some Frisians in this damn game. And if you want to see me trade off Gilly, which I ride exclusively from day one, and ride a different horse, put me a Frisian in here, and I will. I will consider that. And if he have half the brain that Gilly has, that would be my new horse. And Gilly will get to retire. The full stud that he is, man. We'll put him out to pasture. Okay, Fat Boy's coming back. I'm still working my way, I guess. Was I going to a map? Or did it close my map? Oh, I got it already. I did. I already got my map. I'm still walking around out in the desert with a alligator pelt. So anyway, that's how that it is. What I'm trying to get everybody to look at is the fact that all of these major shifts that happened to me in my life pinpointed around times where a lot had fallen away first. A lot. I literally walked away from hundreds of thousands of dollars. I literally walked away from whole entire audiences and huge followings of things. Okay? So things fell away. And sometimes, of my own free will, and sometimes of my own bidding, and sometimes by automatic response, sometimes by things that I couldn't help. Okay? But there was always a one or two thing that was that little pivot point. Because I've told people, man, I'll switch gears so fast. Well, I'll turn on a dime too, and that's what happens, man. I make a left-hand turn like on a dime, and that's what's happened. And next thing you know, I'm catapulted into a whole other world that I'm like, okay, what is this about? Okay, and that kind of is what has happened. And Red Dead kind of the same way, and then all of it, and then it starts to build. You learn where the CVS is. You learn where the school is. You learn where the grocery store is. You learn where the better coffee shop is. You learn where the good waitress, the good wait staff are in which restaurants, and maybe this restaurant has better food, but for the price and for the wait staff, you go over here instead. You start learning all of these new tips, tricks, routines, all these kinds of new things that are new in your life, or you start reading up on. You start learning about. You start building. You meeting people in that community. And then you've done it, man. You clicked it down long enough to get to your new space, your new vibe, your new community, your new tribe. Okay, and it's going to be a soul tribe that matches the vibe that you're on now and the direction that you're going for the next, year, 5 years, 10 years, rest of your life? Who knows? When I look back now, I look at all these kinds of things that I've done. They have all, petition Rockstar to put a Frisian. # yes, we're there. Macca likes the Ardennes. In real, I would love to have an Appaloosa. Yeah. And Appaloosas, they have a tendency, because again, you have to take into account the breeding and the things like that. Appaloosa's a different mind, a different temperament of horse, and they can be pretty clever. They got their own personalities. They really, really do. And then another thing in some of my studies was understanding. Now, some of you obviously have seen Dances with Wolves, and Cisco, which is why I named my other horse Cisco at one time. The buckskin is kind of like dingoes. Okay, now that's going to sound crazy when I say that until I explain. Okay, think of all the different dog breeds that there are today, from poodles to Great Danes to bulldogs or whatever, you name it, right? that's because they have been bred independently from each other, all this kind of stuff, you know, for specific purposes and reasons. They're called bulldogs for a reason. They were used to corral and cattle and bulls. That's why their noses are short. Uh-oh, look at you. There he is. Are you getting dressed up for Halloween, baby? Let's see. Let's take a look. Yeah, he is. You look like you're gonna do something. He's gonna do something. You got a plan. Okay, but they say that if they let them all just kind of go feral, they all kind of will revert back to this kind of general, kind of dingo type yellow, plain brown dog. This mutt. This is a thing that happens. Okay, because it's the natural order of things. It makes the most sense, right? In the scheme of the things, of the environment in which they live. Because trust me, a poodle got no business doing this kind of. Okay, it's not. They're no longer prepared to equipped to handle the natural environment from what it came out of, because man has changed them so much in their breeding and stuff. Well, the thing that they'll say about a buckskin horse is there's a temperament, and they've proven it, and I can prove it to you too. Russian fox farmers breeding foxes for coats noticed that different temperaments came when they started trying to breed for color in the foxes. Okay, so then they can start getting psychological studies done with these things. Fascinating stuff. Okay, so you don't think that it has to do with it, but it does. Okay, because some of these certain traits are linked together. Well, same thing with the buckskin. Buckskin horses have traditionally been known, it's old wives' tales, that they kind of got a mind of their own and an independent mind of their own, but they're also a certain brand of loyalty and a certain way that they behave that, again, it kind of is like loyalty, but they're also very selective. They have a level of intelligence that is different than any other color horse. And you think that's an old wives' tale. It doesn't matter. What I'm telling you is they've done studies. It does. Because, and again, it's not because of the spectacularness of the color. It's because it's the basic. It's the basic. Okay? And that's the thing that all the other principles are built upon. And they take those qualities and those temperaments and they build them into other horses, which might have other colors. But this is where the origination point was. That's where it came from. So now you kind of know. Okay. Miss Mayhem is going to go eat. Enjoy, man, Miss Mayhem. We appreciate you dropping by. We're just kind of clicking down hours and time, man, because we don't know who's going to be just needing to get by a couple of nights, man. Like I said, we've done that with a couple of people where there was one guy and they had a power outage at his factory, and he just didn't know what to do, man. He was like, fuck, I'm just sitting out here in the parking lot of the car, and there's no electricity. I mean, and even the backup generators weren't even working. That's why he was freaked out. He's like, there must be a serious problem. And we literally live streamed through the entire night until the next morning to where, and waited for him to get off his shift, drive home, and get on the game so we could play with him. That's what we did that night. Because he was just getting through his night, man. And then we have another friend that had an extremely, extremely sick infant. And they didn't know, man. So the infant is in an intensive care unit night after night. And the mom is doing what? There's nothing you can do. You're hoping that somehow the good takes hold. You're hoping the kid keeps breathing, right? So, but they send her home. The baby's still there. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? And then you get on Red Dead and you're going to hope somebody not just shooting you and repeatedly shooting you because you're through your day, your night. You understand? There's people waiting to see if people die or not. So you're going to come on here and you're going to grief some motherfuckers? Guys? What if the guy that you're griefing is that guy that's just trying to get through the night because they're trying to see if their baby's going to die or not? Alright? That's how it could be, man. What if that's what's the deal that's going on, man? I mean, you might feel a little bit different about it if you put it in that perspective. And I'm not saying it always happens. I'm not saying every once in a while. Think about that. Think about what it is that you might be going through, and you're on there, and you're got your frustrations, and you're just trying to get through a couple of hours or day or two, or you got exams, and you just like, oh, I just need to take a break. My exams are driving me crazy. I've started changing sessions again, Fat Boy. I just changed sessions again. I'm gonna sit here and eat this cake. Okay, so I'm just saying, you know, be aware, man. One of the things we say in the construction industry, be site aware. It's really important. Be site aware. Okay, be heart aware as you move through your day and your life and your things that you're doing with your life and how that it is. And I'm not saying you should take responsibility for it, but I'm saying, can you give a brother a break a little bit? Can you? All right. Think before you just, you know, outright mean. Okay? Or at least be willing to just be, you know, okay, we're having fun. Okay, just don't be salty. Okay? That's all I'm saying. It's something to think about. And it's because of these kinds of things that I do think about that are guiding the direction for where it is that I'm going with my channel right now. It literally means enough to me and has enough of a pull to me that I'm considering shifting the whole balance of my whole entire channel and everything that I'm doing, and risking losing my whole entire, well, the better part of, I'm not going to lose my whole entire, the better part of my whatever following that I've built, whatever friendships that I've built based around the vibe of all this kind of crazy whiskey stuff that we do, right? Whiskey way. Okay, and we're still gonna, yeah, I changed session, baby. Yeah, it's gonna start changing sessions again. Oh, these kids don't give a fuck. Oh, there you, Grandma, have a heart attack for TikTok views. Yeah, right? You know, there he is. Hey, it's Mega. Hey, what are you doing, stranger? I don't know why, other than, well, because you're in defensive. I'm live streaming, buddy. Right? YouTube has been bad to me lately. Do you know I had 30 people blocked off of my channel? Blocked. I had to go in, and all these hidden users, they were all hidden. And I went in and I literally had dozens and dozens of comments that they have not given me. I did not get notifications for none of them. Yeah, see, so I don't know. I mean, they're just dropping the ball, man. I mean, you know, we want to complain about Rockstar, but Rockstar's not helping me, responsible for helping me build a channel. YouTube is. So I'm going to be pissy about that, man. It's like, hey, how am I supposed to respond to my comments and talk to my followers and stuff if you don't even tell me I got a fucking you know, a comment that I could be? Okay, so that's the deal there, and that's what I was starting to say, guys, was the fact that I'm not going to lose the important parts of my, even though we've moved forward and we're doing some different things, I'm not going to lose the basis of some of the gaming and stuff that we do and the crazy fun stuff that we do. This is a testament to it right there. I got Fat Boy and I got Megadeth. These are some of the original Renegades, guys. It's Renegades type of a thing, right? Okay, but as the channel changes and takes directions, we're going to kind of do a couple different of those things, right? Okay, and we're going to be there with those guys that are struggling to get through those nights that I've been telling you about. We're going to click down those hours where some form of entertainment where you feel like you're engaged, but you don't have to engage, where you don't feel like you're alone, man. That's all we're trying to build right now. That's all we're trying to build, is to be that open vibe where you can get those vibes, man. It's a little different than just watching television, okay? Huh? She's checking out. Fat Boy's checking out Megadeth's digital bootay. The chaps make them look good, I gotta say. I gotta admit, man. It's a wonder why guys play female characters. Well, I get it. Yeah, I'm a chick. I mean, it's an aesthetic, man. I get it. All right. I'll show you. See? Oh, you can't see too much of it. He's got the pants on. Yeah, it is nice. Yeah, it is nice. I didn't realize that was like a double. Okay, I see. And it is, you know, everybody's so talented with some of the characters that they build, man. It's cool. He said, that's what happens when you let smartphones raise kids. Oh, yeah. That is good looking, I gotta say, man. Yeah, and at least on my screen, guys, I totally have, I'm buffering on a white screen. I got nothing. I don't know what is, I don't know why it's doing that. A kid these days. Some of the shit the kids are doing blow my mind. Yeah. Well, I would get into the whole entire thing about there being not having the accountability. They can shut the thing off. You can't track them down. They know that you can't do a thing to it, and that's part of what drives it, man. They're not taking accountability, but responsibility for, right? They're not going to be held responsible or liable. And because of that, like I said, that can either bring out the best in people or it can bring out the worst in people. And unfortunately, sometimes it's going to bring out the worst in them. The bad thing is they don't know they're stacking up karma, man. One way or another, man, that's going to come back and bite them on the ass. And I'm not even necessarily talking about it in a metaphysical sense. I'm talking about the fact that one of these days you're going to meet your own self and your maker in your face. And at some point, maybe you go, wow, I was really mean to some people. There he is. Alibi-less. And we're live streaming again. I'm going to let you know we are live streaming again, guys. And that's what I was just saying. I'm not going to lose generally. Is this Presto back again? Uh-oh. No, Killer John. It's John Wick. It's Killer John Wick. That's not the same John Wick as John Wick. Well, I know John Wick too. Even that reminds me of that Sarah Minkowitz-Brennig that I was telling you about. She's a horse artist. She is a John Wick freak, man. She is all about the John Wick movies and all those kinds of things, and she loves like all the vintage kung fu movies and shit. She's so into that stuff. You just don't know what people are into. Yes, yeah. Or Godzilla movies. Yeah, or Godzilla movies. You hadn't that? Yeah, exactly. Any movie that's like that, she loves it. There was like a movie called The Landlady. I mean, this dark cult stuff, man. She was so into that stuff. And Doctor Who, like way back, like a freak for that. So you never know what people are going to be into, man. And somehow, you find your vibe. You find your vibe, you're going to find your tribe, is what I'm saying. If there's a thing out there like this that you love, you're going to find other people that love it too, man. So what I'm saying is, whatever it is that I'm vibing out, the people that are going to stay with me are going to stay with me. Yeah, and the ones that are not, are not. And we got to let them go in peace and realize that they got other destiny, man. They got, yeah. They're talking about their gun. Louis. Hey, Louis. Get used to internet. It's going to be like that. Yeah, and I'm still getting audio. These guys are talking. I'm still getting audio, so I'm going to go ahead and roll with it, even though, because we're not doing anything, guys, for you to look at on the screen anyway. It's just me yakking. And sometimes that's what it is, man. I don't know if you've ever driven through Arkansas, any of you, but Arkansas at night, it cuts through these tall trees, and I think they're magnificent. And to me, like Neto, he would say he hated that part because there's nothing to see. You can't see anything either side of the road. It's dark. It's a straight road mostly. Although the thing of it is, what I love, it's this beautiful black, it's always been a beautiful road. In the daytime, the sky in Arkansas is like no place else. I don't know what it is. Okay, it's way underrated. Is what I'm saying. Okay, but Neto, he hated it. And you go through there at night, and you kind of just zone out when you're traveling. And if you've traveled any decent length of time at a time, you're going to know. You're going to be like, oh fuck, here we are coming up to this, Johnson City. Well, how the fuck did we get here? You don't remember the last 100 miles. Am I right? If you've done it, if you know, you know. If you've done it, you've done it. Okay? So that's kind of what we're doing. We're just you're being mindless about it, man, and the shit happens and the shit goes forward and you get to where you're going. And right now, even when even like right now when you don't know where you're going, what did I just tell you? I did not know where I was going when I ended up on Red Dead. And I didn't know I was going to end up on Red Dead based on the fact that I was doing model horse stuff. And I didn't know I was going to do model horse stuff based on the stuff that I was doing gardening stuff. And I didn't know I was going to be, well, I knew I was doing gardening stuff because that's what I've been waiting for 10 years. I waited a decade just to be able to do my own garden, man. I didn't give up hope when it was hopeless. It was hopeless. When I tell you it seemed like it was hopeless for a while, it sure did seem like it. It really did. 10 years is a long time to wait to plant your own flowers in your own yard, man. But we kept going, man. We kept going. And we got there, and we got here, and we got here. And then I start losing people. I lost my mom. It's like, right, I finally got what I wanted, and then I don't have you to show it to. She was one of my favorite people to show my gardening stuff to, or the stuff that I was doing, my artwork, or the stuff, she was my biggest fan, and I was her biggest fan. We were alive because of each other. Not only did she give me life, man, she saved my life multiple occasions. I saved her life on multiple occasions too, man. If you can have somebody that you vibe with like that, man, you've had a treasure right there, man. That's what I'm telling you. Okay, but when she left, and that's why I say to this day she knew, I would not be on a video game if she was alive still. So what did she do? She stepped out. Okay? So what I'm telling you is every once in a while you're going to have people that are going to step out of your life. Whether it is that they pass away, move on, move away, you get a new job and a whole new entire thing. You see what I mean? Because you need to go on. And they got things that they need to do. They need to go on. Okay? So don't feel like you're falling apart. Don't feel like it's even a falling out. Understand that it's a breaking out. Okay? You're breaking out of an old paradigm because a new paradigm is on its way. You might already be in it. Here's the thing that I figured out recently. I've already been in this paradigm for a while and I didn't realize it. I've been building this platform all this time. I had no idea. Because they didn't tell me what I was building. They didn't tell me. They said, build it. I said, okay. And not that I even did that consciously. I did it just like you do on the road, man. You're not really paying attention. What did we do the last 100 miles? I don't know what I do the last year. What have we been doing last year, guys? Fuck if I know. Punching each other in the mouth and shooting each other. And, that's what we've been doing, right? Did we realize that we were building such an amazing thing, though? I didn't get it. I didn't understand that. Yeah, slip in and out of your life, just the flow of life. Yeah. Okay, and I'm only talking about the people that we seem, or places, locations, and things when it is we're not sure what's going on. Oh, I got a whole posse over here. Like, what's going on over here? People building. When we're not sure. Okay, when we sort of feel like, we're kind of lost on it. And what I'm saying is, even when you're in that lost state, man, and you're zoning, don't have pain or regret, man. You use it to put things together and realize, man, and get excited about the future and looking about what it is that you can. That's what I say. Rockstar leaving the potential behind, or you? I was starting to leave the potential behind on this game. I was starting to look at other things in real life about what it is I might be supposed to be doing next with my real life. It's like, okay, I played video games for 2 years now. It's kind of losing the shine a little bit. Should I play another game? I don't want to play another game. Well, what should I be doing with my life next? And this is just kind of what came up. Have I returned to this game again and again, even though I've tried to go do other things? I go back in there and look at my horse. I could start sculpting on my horse again. I could go back out and work in everybody would appreciate if I went out and really, got down and dirty in my garden, right? But this is where I keep coming back. This is where my passion is. This is where I keep being drawn back to. Is it because Red Dead is so fascinating and I just can't wait to play it? No, it's not. It's not. It's not. Okay. And I'm not holding that against Rockstar. I'm not holding that against. What I'm saying is Rockstar leaving the potential behind, or am I leaving the potential behind? Because to me, this is just the platform, man. Okay, but they're leaving it behind, but that don't confront me. They might be giving up on the game, but I'm not giving up on the people that are in the game. Because I know that any one of the people that are in here could be my next Cullen. They could be my next, see what I mean? Like I said, they could be my next Moon. You understand? The stories that I was telling earlier is that the main changing points that have been in my life where it took major directive shifts and I did a totally different thing than I was doing before, capitalized on it, took the wisdom from it, built it into a new thing, happened kind of by default. And there was usually one or two people or one significant event or thing that happened that made that happen. And I just told you two of them, and I can relate them directly as to how that the thing with Moon got me to where that I was with Cullen, got me to where that I am with here. Now the funny thing is, like I said, I don't regret that I don't see Cullen. I did finally get to meet him. You guys know I went on that trip and everything, and one of the things that I did was take him some of my special clay because I have stopped in the production of that, and he's like, I need more stuff. You need to bring me the stuff, Whiskey. And I'm like, okay. So I did that, and that's a special gift that I am holding out because I'm not letting that stuff go. It's protected right now, okay? That's what I'll say about that. But I trust him with my life, literally. So I don't mind taking him some of that, and then he can move on. And I was telling the people earlier, and some of the people looked up, fantastic horse artist. Oh my God, and that's what he said. I could do stuff with your stuff that I can't do with the other stuff. And I'm like, I can't wait to see what you do with it. I cannot wait to see what he does. Because you see what he did with the old stuff, which was that Lazarus sculpture that some of you saw, the zombie horse, Lazarus. Whoa, dude, if he can do that with that stuff, imagine what he could do with some stuff that's way easier. Okay, so that's what I'm saying, and this is where my stuff is so forgiving. It's likely to change a lot of things, okay? And again, I could be doing that. I could be pursuing that again. I could go into 100% full production mode on that stuff, and I was contacting companies as big as like UGL, okay, United Gilsonite Labs, to help me with some of the production. That's the level that we're going to, right? So I'm making trips across the country. I'm going to New Jersey, right? Okay. This is not what I plan on doing. This is why I just got into this to sculpt horses. I wanted to make tiny horses. I don't want to go to New Jersey and talk to the president of United Gilsonite Labs about this deal, okay? And like I said, we were within $20,000 of putting this stuff on the fucking space station, guys. Okay? And trust me, when you get to that point, 20 grand, not a big deal. What I'm saying is, I had to stop and think about what it is that I'm doing with my life. Is this the direction really that I want to go with my life? And when the answer just kind of kept being no, you know what, even then I did. I totally just froze up everything. My game has just totally stopped. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the kind of thing that I'm seeing here. I'm hesitating now because my game is completely locked up. I still am not moving. I have a still shot screen on my game. It's not like it's not like we did 12 hours. Can you guys hear me? I don't know what, if anybody that was playing with me is in the chat, Fatboy, what's my character doing in the game? I don't know what's going on. My live stream is still buffering. It's not doing a thing. I'm gonna try it this way. Okay. I could still hear myself talking, so Yeah, see, the chat is still working, so I have no, and I still got a still shot screen. I can see comments coming up. That comments are being made. Well, that was the comment that I made. Still see there's like 19 people in the thing. Yeah. Yeah, and on my screen on my computer, it just continues to buffer. I got nothing. And we've had this before, but what I'm saying is even in my game, I'm sitting here looking at my actual screen, it's completely locked up. I've got like a still shot screen. Fatboy and Megadeth are riding their horse next to me. Alibi Les is standing back there, and I'm frozen in motion. It pops up when people are commenting up in the top right corner. I have no idea what to do at this point. I have no commands. Let me, yeah. Red Dead, right? The game. Come on, Outlaw Al. You know what I'm going to say next. Red Dead, the game that plays you. It is. I have no idea what we're doing here. It's just exactly like a still shot. As a matter of fact, even where I was talking, Whiskey Gravy is still on the side of the screen, just like a screenshot. Can you guys hear me talking? In the game, Alibi Les, Fatboy, Megadeth. See, I may have switched session again, but I'm still stuck on the screen that I was formerly on. I've never seen this, guys. This is you wanted new content, right? Here you go. This is something completely new. I've never seen this before. Oh, yeah. Fatboy, shoot me. Okay. So they're saying they can hear me talking, but I'm totally, I mean. Okay, and all I can say now is, and howdy, Xander. I'll say. I guess I need to say hi, Xander. Welcome. Glad to have you back again. I guess that's the Lord's good way of working mysteriously to stop me along that direction of conversation. Because I was just kind of meandering in my mind a little bit about those things, and maybe we get back to the program that we were doing. See, and I guess that's what I was saying. Some of the things that we count as restrictions, it's actually in order to focus you in a direction. Okay, and y'all just left. Okay, so probably most likely I switched sessions at some point, which all of a sudden I've been switching sessions. I've done that about 4 times in the course of this stream, and when it was just me and Fatboy, it was okay. But now that we're kind of building people back again, it's going to get a little bit weird to do that. I've been having trouble, and again, I'll say it's not my internet. Our internet, we've been through everything with a fine-tooth comb, man, and all of our numbers are good, way better. We got 3 times better numbers than Megadeth plays with every day, and he does not have any problems. And we don't have any problems on GTA. Okay, that's the other indicator that it's not our internet. It's something to do with the Rockstar servers not liking the flavor of our juice, man. It's just, so probably, or, Rockstar finally had a meltdown. That's the end. I don't know. This could be the end. They pulled the plug. I have no idea. But if it is that I just left and you're still there, then there must be some existence that's beyond whatever it is that I'm doing, because I'm just still frozen in time, man. Which is kind of ironic, considering that's what we were talking about doing. Okay, Mecca's out. I don't blame you. Well, I was hoping it would just maybe go to sleep. Yeah. We just listen to our voice drone on and on and on, just like when you're riding down that long highway. Hey, hi Seth, how are you? We've been talking about, I should have called it Road Kings instead of Shadow Kings, because that's what we've been doing. Man, we just been road tripping. Macca, thanks for so much for coming by and just hanging out. as we just kind of move forward through time, man, and clicking them down, man. That's what we're doing. We're telling road stories and funny stories and how we got here, and then from that we can possibly perhaps begin to take it up and deliberately project a trajectory, right? You got a vector? Okay. So we can start at least guesstimating what a trajectory might be. We can focus our intent and energy into those things. Because like I said, I wasn't expecting. It's really late. Enjoyed your rambling stream. Okay, hanging out with the pooches. Well, then you're going our speed, Seth. Because the speed we're going is ambulated. We're perambulating or ambling and rambling. Because we're trying to get through some people through some tough stuff. And I realize that they may come later, or they may not, or they may be here now. They don't want to talk about it, man. They just need some time to have a positive vibe and feel like they're a part of a thing. And sometimes that's all that you need to help you get by that moment until that next thing comes. And like I said, it'll be unexpected. I had no idea that Cullen was coming out of the woodwork, okay? And even when I started talking to him and understanding, I didn't know that he was the one that created war. A thing that I had seen is like a premonition now. Looking back, it's a premonition that you can only see looking back, right? Okay, Macca. Good night, mate. Don't let the dingoes bite. Sleep tight, don't let the dingoes bite. And know that we're out here with you, Macca. All of us all over the world. Renegades are from all over the world, right? And we were with you. And Seth, you got your pit bull lab is going to be having pups next month. Well, there you go. A bunch more, at least you don't have mouths to feed, at least for the first couple months. Your bitch got it set up for you. That's how everybody wants it, right? I'm not going to get crude like that. Occasionally I'll do that. I'm still locked on a locked screen, man. I'm not playing the game. There's nothing. Can you shoot my character? If you guys can see my character, can you shoot me? I can't pull up a menu, nothing. There's no command. So it is, maybe we rambled long enough, I guess, is the only thing I can say. Just horses. Yeah, he's got nothing. There's still, I see the comments coming up. There's 11 people still in the chat. We were talking about some of the dog breeds earlier, about how that they kind of all revert back to some, like a dingo type of a dog, if you just kind of let them all go and don't specifically breed for breeds. And likening that to the buckskin horses that, I don't know, they had kept all of their wits about them without having lost any. But anyway, yeah, that's how new things are created, man. There's got that little bit of different here and there. Came in and it was like this, enjoying the conversation. Yeah, we just been conversing because we're clicking down miles of time, Seth. We realize there's a lot of people that are going through a lot of stuff right now, and some are moving on. It's amazing. I do got to keep reiterating that too, man. And because I have respect for people's privacy. I don't want to just say, this guy's doing this and this. Okay, but what I'm telling you is there's cool stuff happening as well. There's lots of action. There's lots of movement. There's cool things that are moving forward. But there also, I can still just pick up this design of energy that is like, we're stuck. It's not going, we don't understand what we're doing. And I was kind of stuck in that backwater too until a couple days ago. See, that's what happened. And then, like I said, when you click enough down and then you all of a sudden you start seeing some lights and you think, oh, that must be, or you see, like right now, if you're going to be, here's the thing, if you're traveling in Texas and you start all of a sudden seeing peach stands off the side of the road and you keep seeing more and more, chances are you might be heading towards Fredericksburg, because that's the peach capital of the world in Texas. It's Fredericksburg. There's nothing like him. People come from all over the place to get Fredericksburg peaches. So you can kind of get a hint and indication, even though it's not specific. There's no sign that says, Fredericksburg, but you know from the peaches, you know from the smell, you know from the lights that you're getting close. And what I'm saying is that's kind of the same thing that happens to us. And then, like I said, there's that one person, there's that one pivot, there's that one indication, and looking back, you'll be able to see, just like I looked back and I saw war, and I got into this whole entire hobby because of this, just to end up meeting the creator of that piece, end up being fast friends, and that's how I ended up on Red Dead. And then all of a sudden, where's Cullen? I don't know. Cullen is on Valhalla. Cullen's doing a different thing. Okay, but I've built a whole different community than what I thought I would have with him. It was unexpected, but this is how it has worked. And so the little group, I'm going to probably lose a lot because I'm changing the direction of my channel. Now this time I'm doing it deliberately. Okay, so not everybody's going to come along. I understand that, and I'm cool with that. Just like Tiberius is changing his channel. He's going to lose the people that were in it strictly for the gaming. It's not going to vibe anymore if all he's ever doing is going out and cooking in the Canadian wilderness. People are going to, I don't want to cook. Okay, but he's going to pick up new people that vibe with his new vibe. You're going to find your tribe, man, as you keep going. It's going to happen almost without you even noticing. And that's why I was talking about us being in overdrive the other day, man. It's actually the easier vibe. It might feel like you're doing nothing and you're getting nowhere. It's actually because you need to just go easy, man. You heard that. Take her easy. There's nothing wrong with that, man. One of the things that I liked about the movie The Big Lebowski, that's what he said, the dude abides. Let's just abide, man. Abide and ride. That's why I called it Ride, Whiskey, Ride, man. We're just going to abide it. And I did. I only wrote down 2 actual life stories that I intended to talk about. One was at a retailer's meeting, which was another major pivot point for me in my life. But since we're doing this, I don't really know what to do. I'm going to time out and get kicked off the game regardless, I suppose is what's going to happen. And then the other one was some crazy stuff that happened to the throttle body of my van. Because there's a butterfly valve. And one of the times that I went to Texas, and the universe or God or whoever you want to say told me I was going a little too fast. Made a point, a really scary point. There was a way to get that across. That is a hell of that was a harrowing story. Let me tell you, it'll make the hair stand up on the back of your neck, man. It seemed supernaturally eerie at the time, and I can't wait to tell that story either. And those are the kinds of things that people are going to connect with, and they're going to see, like, whatever that you're going through here, maybe it helps you make it make sense. That's what I want to do with what I have built in the platform of my game. So I'm not tearing stuff down. I'm not rejecting the group of people that I have built. What I'm saying is, I got to make it make sense, and it's going to make sense to some other people in the future as well, because I know that there are people that are just trying to get through those things and make their lives make sense. They're trying to put things together and feel confident in going forward on what it is that they feel like they feel the pull of what they're destined to do. See what I mean? The anxiety that you feel is just excitement for something that you don't know what it is yet. That's why it feels like anxiety. See? The excitement is building, but you don't know towards what. That's why it feels like anxiety. That's what I'm telling you, okay? So what I'm saying is we're going to do some of these streams like this, and we're just going to sit back and enjoy the ride, man. And we're going to let that anxiety burn down until it's kind of neutralized, and then we're going to start understanding, like, oh, hey, whoa, wow, a couple more pieces have fallen into place, and this happened, and things will fall into place. Then you'll start to understand. Then you can start to triangulate. You understand? You get 1 or 2 points. That's all all you need is that 1 or 2 points. And then you can triangulate a trajectory. See? Now you got a vector. Now you got to pick up and say, okay, let's go this direction until we get a good solid no. Okay? Now it starts to make sense. And you travel that road, and maybe, like when some of the traveling that I was doing, especially if you're in the Midwest, you'll know, when the fields didn't quite line up, so then you end up with these weird T crossroad, and it might jog over 800 or 900 feet. That's it. before you continue straight on the same road again. But it goes over to the, the field doesn't line up. So the road has followed where the field was. So here's the thing you don't want to be doing is not paying attention when you're driving these country roads like we did a lot. Because next thing you know, you got a T road right in front of you, man. There's nothing, okay? How many have you done it, okay? Straight to the... How many of those signs have been P road? Because, you're just cruising, come up over the hill and bam, there's a T road and it's the sign. No, the road doesn't continue. Okay, we've done it. Okay, but instead what you need to do, stop. You strafe over to the left 900 feet, okay, and you readjust and you go, okay? That's all we're doing right now, man. We're just readjusting the time. We're just readjusting it a little bit with the thought process, with the perspective, okay? That's going to shift you over that 900 feet that it's going to take to keep you on a clear path, okay, going forward. And feel a little different when you do. And when it feels more deliberate and like you're a part of it and like you're contributing to it, you feel a lot more potentiated in it. You feel a lot more likely for the success of it. You feel engaged and involved. And that's what we're not feeling right now. We feel like things are happening to us. And what I'm saying is right now, things are happening for us. Put it that way. Yeah, they're happening to you, but they're happening for you, okay? And those things that you need are already there in place. Like I said, what could I have done to orchestrate that I would ever run into Cullen and meet Cullen? Nothing. Okay? That thing was happening to me, though, when I was building my Facebook presence and things like that. That thing was happening for me because he would be the key. He was the key, man. And I got shoved through the keyhole again right there and lost all of my Facebook presence just to come into this game and not be able to ride the damn horse on this game. Which is why I didn't start contacting him when I started. Although I do remember texting him and I said, where's all my minty game? Remember riding with Arthur? And, and next thing you know, you're in the thing. Everything's gone. Everything's gone. No horse, no meat, no alcohol bottles, all your collectibles, all the stuff you had. You don't even, all you got your clothes. You don't even have the clothes that you bought. Remember when you played single player? And spoiler alert, too late, already told you. Hey, if anyone wants to know, just ask if I've been through hell and back. Anyone needs advice. One leg, one eye, pretty much a hairy pirate. But your tribe has been out of my own hunting journey. Yeah, exactly. Guys like Seth knows it. But did he let it slow him down? No, because the guy goes faster than ever, right? He does drag racing shit, right? He made the shit work for him, man, and he's got a whole different community than what he might have had. Like I tell my story about my friend, and one of these days I'll tell. In case you didn't hear it, Seth, I've got another friend who's a one-legged biker pirate, and all to gain the whole world that he's got now, all he had to lose was his leg. He lost it a bad way 3 times. He lost the same leg 3 times, man. Okay, but what I'm saying is, the life that he was living, the direction he was going, man, it was a zero-sum game. It was not going to go good for him. And the sacrifice that he ended up making with his leg, the way that it worked in that mysterious way for him, man, has brought him into a whole world of wonderment and people and support and PTSD, critical care, the help that he needed, and to get away from all of the drugs and the things that he was and the persecutions that he was about to suffer. Probably kept him out of prison, all this kind of stuff, man. He's living a lot better life without that leg, I could tell you. And that's what we're doing. We're trying to be that support system for people to understand, man, when you're losing and you're going through something tough, or you're looking at possibly losing. Like I said, the one lady was looking at losing her infant, her child, guys. That's dire shit. And you got to be on your game and on point. And what I'm saying is, can you live that life? Can you do that thing? Can you understand that that's the depth of the level that people are going through? And can you be there for them? If all you do is smile at the counter, the lady at the grocery store, the cashier, because you don't know she's got a sick baby or sick mom at home, sick grandma that she's taking care of. You don't know, man. And she's working there still because she has to be working there still. She might even have a college degree, but she can't finish it off, or she can't get the certification that she needs. So she's having to work at that job there. Don't look down on her because she's working at a Walmart. You understand what I'm saying? You don't know the magnificence that's in these people. So just, if you can't see it, like I do, try assuming that it's there. Assume that it is. See what that'll get you. Treat it like it is. Just throw that out there, man. And as you do, maybe you find some significance in your own journey as you do those things. And again, I'll tell you another story one of these days. Ask me about $12 pair of socks, guys. What it cost you? Ask me about $12 pair of socks one of these days. Put it in the comments. Somebody put in the comments on the videos after this thing, and I'll make sure I hit that story last time, because it's one of the most treasured experiences that I have. And when they say store up your treasures in heaven and not of this world, this is one of mine, and I'll share it with you, because that's one of the cool things about treasures in heavens, man. You can share it out and give it out and hand it out and never be less and be that much more. And that's the thing that I got to give, man. That's the cool thing about all of this, man, because I've got so much. I've got so many. I've got like every different. You want rubies? You want emeralds? You want grapes? You want violets? What do you want? You know? You want steam? You want smoke? You want me to bring it to you? I got every color and flavor, man. And we're going to hand a little bit out of it all the time. Okay? That's what we're going to do with this channel. And it's on the platform of Red Dead, and it's given me a platform and a soapbox that I would have never seen coming, and I would not have picked for myself. I would not have picked it for myself. Okay? I would have said, I want to do, get into some kind of thing and read poetry or some kind of, I don't know who knows. Okay? What I'm saying is, in order to reach the people that are going to come, that are already coming, okay, remind you, I'm already doing this because they're already coming. Okay? Somebody's talking to me. Okay, so we're just streamlining the process. We're just opening it up to the possibilities of what that it might be. And that's how we're gonna go forward until we get a solid no. And that's how I do things. That's how I've done things with my whole entire life with everything. And you're looking at somebody who, again, right now, I would say most people would call my epitomal achievement, I don't know if it would be the businesses or that I built my own house, design, engineered, built my own house, all this kind of stuff, without a formal education. You don't need a formal education to do it. You just need a devoted heart and to keep on going, following the steps that are presented to you. Be willing to learn a new thing or two and keep going until you get a solid no. And then when you get a solid no, realize that's a redirection. Refocus your direction, keep going. And if you can have that kind of sheer determination, man, just that kind of fucking brave fuel, power, and live it, then you're going to have an amazing life too. You absolutely are. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and sign off here because this has been a long thing. We've clicked down a bunch. I don't even know how many hours. Fan is back. Howdy, Fan. Yeah, so, we go apart, we come together. There's a couple people left here. I'm going to leave this off. We clicked them on down. Somebody's going to be out there needing this information in this time. And as for me now, like I said, we got nothing on the live stream and nothing on my screen either. I'm still stuck. George, life's a garden, dig it. Yeah, exactly. See, there's wisdom in all of those things, man. Look at the depth of that statement right there. This Joe Dirt, I love Joe Dirt, because absolutely that common sense wisdom, man, is right there. That hillbilly philosophy. There's so much of it that is just so true. You can't deny it, man. And it'll get you through a tough time when some highfalutin fancy philosophy wouldn't do the job, right? So that's what it is. That's what I'm going to offer, is the whiskey way. And sometimes it's just some bullshit that we went through that helps another guy understand it. The highfalutin philosophies, they got me where I am, but they don't always serve, man. It's too rich. It's too high up, man. I can't reach it. It's a table that I can't reach. What I'm telling you is, all of us down here, we're just going to, have our little blast down here at the kids' table. Remember at Thanksgiving, you got all the adults and they're up there behaving themselves, and you got the kids over here and they're poking fingers in their Jello and just, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play at this end of the table, and we're gonna play our shit hard, man. We're gonna have a lot of fun together, because we all got stuff to do. And we're going to give each other the energy to do it. That's what we're going to do. All right, guys. Love and light. Bonus nachos, amigos. We appreciate you hanging out with us and riding with us on this little trip. We're going to pull over here for the night, and then we'll catch you on the next one, man. Good night.